with YouTube. Take a little while, moment. I'll share with you too we are transmitting online in YouTube. Okay, now let's start. Good afternoon, friends and colleagues of CAPA Social Work. We are now with Kat Camp people from Thailand. Thank you so much, Kat, for being here. Really appreciate you stay with us today afternoon. How are you?
So good to see you again. I'm very good now. I'm talking here from Poland. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, what a nice travel. Good. Well, Kat, um, she's a bachelor in social work, master social work, license in social work, is a Women's Fund Asia board member and the Institute of HIV Research and Innovation. Her work focuses on the human rights of transgender and how to educate the public to understand LGBTIQ issues. She is currently an assistant professor at the Department of Social Work at Thammasat University. Thank you so much, Kat, again. And well, let's see your beauty presentation.
Yeah, you are very welcome, and thank you so much for CAPA Social Work to invite me to join these sessions. And I would say, hola, ¿cómo está?
Muy bien.
Super bien, muy bien. See? Okay. Can I share my screen?
Sure. Oh, yeah.
Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. So the topic that I would talk about today, I would talking about gender equality in social work, and I believe most of social work now in after the 21st century, our work is shaped toward closely from micro level, macro level, meso level, and macro level are related with gender issue. And this issue is very, is inquiry from many fields of social work talking about it. And I would like to, discuss and invite you to join for some conversation about this topic. I would like to start off my quote. I got that when I'm studying in master degree, and I think this one is very interesting course. The course is those who needs the most receive the least. Again, those who needs the most receive the least. What do you think about this quote? What do you think about it? Most of people thinking about we working with people who need help. But in reality, that people, they lack of opportunity to get help because they lack of power and they are marginalized people. That is why code is quite important, and this code is quite interesting for me. All right. Of the topic on gender equality in social work, I will talking about the idea of what kind of gender equality in social work, and I will give you for the introduction about gender and equality, and we are talking about violation of rights for sexual diversity groups. The next topic is anti-oppressive social work. Some of you might be heard that one. We are talking about marginalization in social work, structural social work, techniques in social work to work with on gender issue. So what kind of empowerment? The idea and the idea about talking about the patriarchy and structural oppression. And the next one is a power dynamic adaptation by Foucault perspective. And we will be talking about human rights protection for sexual diversity. And the final topic, we will be talking about legal framework. All right. Can you see the picture on your right hand side? The picture we have two children. They are looking something between their legs.
Kat, I only see the first page.
Oh, you are still see only the first page, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let me. Thank you so much for your kinding. Let me share it again.
Yeah, you could.
It's working now?
Yes.
Okay, all right. We were talking about the first topic is gender and equality in social work. Can you see the picture of two children on the right hand side? And what do you think about this when you see this picture? What's children doing? What they are doing or what they are looking for? This picture, it will be starting to discuss on our topic on gender. What is the importance of these pictures? Because we learn other gender from society. The beginning we learned about relationship on gender relationship. We learn from our parents. We learn from other family. We learn from our community, and we learn from our society. This all are connect and affected the I and create the idea of gender and equality. That is why I would like to starting from this picture, and we will be back to talking about this picture again. The introduction to gender and equality is examining the importance of understanding gender's dynamics in social work practice. And challenges faced by social work is identifying barrier to gender equality and inclusive services and delivery, and what kind of the strategy for promote equality, to explore the evidence-based approach to foster inclusive and equitable of social work. This is so what kind of the scope of gender and equality in social work. Then finally, to answer most of your questions about what is the meaning of the picture on the right hand side with two children looking something. The idea about the gender is they have another quote, it's quite interesting. They said, sex is something between your legs, while gender is something between your ear. Does that mean people learning a gender by society? So what is the topic we were talking? We are looking for, so what kind of discriminations against LGBTIQ individuals and how we can highlighting the widespread violations of human rights and faced by LGBTI community globally. It challenges to sexual identity and expression, addressing to the societal stigma and oppression that impede LGBTQ individuals from freely expressing their identity. So, and the last one, the topic of the importance of inclusive society services, emphasizing the need for social work practices that are sensitive and responsive to the unique needs of LGBT individual. The idea about when we are talking of gender relations, I wanted to invite you to see the picture of the so-called complex and intersection with the topic imagination about our client, other people who are working with the individual have a lot of issue. One person them might be have 100 issue, 100 story. The all of things are combined and intersections like this. Is that mean we are working with context and how can I say is so a complicated situations when we working with our client. Okay, I'll be talking about the violations of human rights or violation of rights for sexual diversity. Most of the topics now, and also this month is the Pride Month. We will heard a lot of raise this issue with this month. The priority of topic to talking about this is the criminalizations and violence LGBT individual because most of them they are widespread to discriminalizations, discrimination and violence due to their sexual identity and violating that the fundamental human rights. Um, we are still have other societies still stigma and exclusions, and especially for LGBTQ individuals are often expensive on a social stigma. Most of them they feel like they are marginalizations and they have a limited access to public space and restricting their ability to express their identity freely. So what kind of the idea about the marginalization when we're talking the issues, um, you can imagine like a circle in the middle, and a marginal people they push out of the center, and they are still in the margin of circle. Is that called a marginalized people because most of the people could not get into the center because the lack of opportunity and the lack of power to go inside or to get access to the power and and um resources. The last one of this topic is important of human rights perspectives, protections. So upholding human rights principle is essential and ensure the recognitions and protection of civil rights for LGBT the individual and promoting their inclusion and well-being. This is the explanation, the topic of violation rights of people who are a diverse and diversity of their sexual. Okay, we move to the next topic. This topic is anti-oppressive of social work. I was get discussion from my friend who are have the opinion and asked me to change this title from anti-oppressive social work to another term to call like we yeah the concept or the theory of anti-oppressive social work or AOSW is quite a lot of movement to discuss and talk about it. And I think this topic is tag shifting from anti-oppressive social work to empowering social work or empowerment social work. Does that mean I think we might change this topic from anti-oppressive of social work to be empowering a social work. Does that mean our client are center, our client are majority, our client is our client is um, um, at the center or the centric of practices, and that it is the centric of the idea we work with them. Um, the concept of of oppressive social work or empowering social work is empowering client to live with rights. Does that mean social work aim to help clients exercise their fundamental rights and live with dignity, addressing exfoliations and oppressions? So another topic is challenges posed by social differences. Clients often face a barrier due to social inequality, such as discriminations and limit access to resources and hindering their well-beings. And most of the clients around the world who are marginalized people, the lack of support. And you can see is on the illustrated on the light of your right hand side. And this picture show the level of we work is called the concept of eco social work or context of social work start from individual, micro level, meso level, macro level, and social construct, social constitutes are takes over and all around the client. It's all of things are affected by level to level and cross and intersection as I have been talking in the previous slide. It's quite interesting and remind us to thinking about so what is the level of oppressive or what is the level of we can empowering our client, what we can start in individual level or start in the micro level and family, or starting in meso level or starting in micro level to be putting empowering and advocacy in policy level. It is, I mean, it is we have to remind us thinking about the ecology of social work when we're talking about the concept of empowerment and or anti-oppressive social work. So, and the last one is that mean social worker roles in the systematic change and social work are instrumental and transforming oppressive systems and the structures to promote inclusive and equitable social services. And if you have some question, you can leave your message on the YouTube channel you are watching, or some of us here in Zoom. If you have any question, please leave your questions in the chat box. Thank you. All right, we move to the next topic, are marginalizations in social work. And as I've been mentioned about when we're talking about marginalized, we have to talking about power, we have to talking about resources and center or centric, or something look like that to identify what kind of marginalization in social work. But the idea or the concept of marginalizations is the institutional barrier, such as for transgender a social worker. The regulations that prevents transgender individual from becoming a social worker and perspectives discriminations and limit on diversity and their professions. I add these points because this my own experience And I'm seeing a lot of people who are marginalized and they become a social worker. They got a lot of challenge to get access on their professional roles. Is that mean most of is not our client surface with discriminations, and most of social workers still have the discrimination and stigma in our professional roles. And we are not talking about the multidisciplinary team when people could not see our roles in their work, but gender identity and sexual orientation as a big problem and refer to discriminations and stigma. And that's why I raised this issue when what do you do when you have a transgender who are social worker, who are transgender social worker working with children, working with family, working in a clinical social work or medical social work. So what do we do, or what we responsibility to protect them as a part of our work? On the next point, the societal stigma against LGBTIQ social worker too, the widespread social stigma and the prejudice against LGBT individuals hinder their ability to be accepted and thrive as social worker, compromising inclusive service delivery. And the last point of this, when we're talking about marginalized in social work, is important of LGBTIQ affirming social work, embracing LGBT affirming practices of crucial for social worker to provide culturally sensitivity and empowering support to marginalized sexual groups. I think most of the programs in bachelor degree in a social work programs around the world, they talking much about the cultural literacy. Now we're talking about media literacy and intercultural or cultural literacy. Is one point of the many programs around the world in social work. They are have some course or topic to talking about this with a start from the bachelor degree. So what kind of the structural social work, and some you might heard about it. The structural social work, there are key component as I analyze for my reading. The first thing is what kind of the consciousness raising. The consciousness raising, if you are in Latin American, you might be heard this concept from the Paulo Freire. I might be not, I may be a wrong pronounced, Paulo Freire. Um, yeah, you can correct me after this. But the consciousness raising is quite important to raise and shy people who can empowering themselves. And what kind of will be adapting the consciousness raising with the marginalized people who are marginal, right, of sexual groups? It is that mean that we can empowering marginalized sexual group to critically examine societal norms and challenge the oppressive structure. They can, finding, other client can fact finding what kind of the oppressive structural they struggle with that, what level of their struggle, what is social norm are influence their life, and they could not express their gender identity or their sexual orientations. All right. The next point is normalizations. The normalization is a promoting to acceptance and inclusion of diverse sexual identity as a neutral and valid part of the human's experience. I mean, most of stigmatizations is over over the 40 decades we have still stigma about the HIV issue, the HIV and AIDS issue, and the effect of the HIV and AIDS issue are inherent and continue and retain stigma to LGBT person. And that's why when people thinking about a marginalization, people like LGBTIQ, and some of people in some society thinking to linking about this group to HIV issue is unacceptable for now. But we have to do that too. How we can do is normalization and open space, make people the inclusions and make the people confident to express their gender identity and sexual orientations. Okay, my last point about this structured social work is this collectivization or collectivisms. Um, the collectives, the idea is fostering the collective actions and solidarity among the marginalized sexual groups and advocate for their rights and transform oppressive system. And that's why when we work with our client, we don't let them be alone, but they try to let them to join the network or what kind of level of networking and can support them, or we can link them to get another chance to meet another group or another level of society to get consult or to get a group working and form and they can hear another view, another point of view from another person. They might be get accept and support by networking. All right, we move to the next topic is techniques in social work. So other again and again, I talking much about the concept of the ecologies of social work. Our work is still in context, and yeah, and when you see the glasses, the looking glasses, the lens of the intersectionality are important for the social work. We can see deeply what is the root of problem or what is the root of issue or what the root of that phenomenon by wearing the intersectionalities or intersectionality multicultural wearing these glasses to see what is the root of the problem. Is that mean the technique we use in social work when we wearing the glasses of intersectionality is redefine the social work structure, validating diversity perspective, and establishing the dialogue relationship. I think this one is be can help when you thinking what is the lack of when we working with people who are struggle on their gender. Is when we're talking about um, domestic violence for women and girls, the traumatizations for the male people who want to be the leader and they struggle on their roles because they want to be the head of their family and they get a lot of oppressed and from society like to be the leader. I think this one is can help and this technique will be help to get more um, um, the roots of problem when we talk about their problems. Um, I would like to move to the next one is topic on empowerment. That we were talking about anti-oppressive social work in the previous one, and I tried to link to change like um, it might be it is the time to change from talking about anti-oppressive to be move the tag shifting or the shipping idea or the paradigm from um, anti-oppressive to empowerment. So empowerment we have to define. So what is the meaning of the empowerment or what we can defining of the empowerment? The empowerment is the process of gaining access to resources and control over one life, enabling individual to achieve their goals. Okay. The word of control is might be like, oh, we're talking about anti-oppressive, and why we are have to use the word is control. You might be have another word is support. This one is might be better like okay a co-correlations, collaboration, co-connection. Also, what kind of that it can help to be better the word of using. And I think this is better we are discuss about the words we use and how we can select it how we can select some word to be support our work. Okay, the next one of the empowerment point is increasing resources and access. Empowerment focuses on improving access to resources, especially for marginalized groups, to promote equality and self-determination. Wow, I never heard this word on self-determination as a long time. Like when I was studying in Bachelor of Social Work, this one is one of the keyword to be reading and to be discussed in the classroom. Is that mean, do we believe in the self-determinations, like non-judgmental with our client, whatever they are, or whatever who they are, we are accept them. And self-determination is still important and support the idea of empowerment too. So the last one of this topic is empowering marginalization group is crucial for marginalized and communities to overcome barrier and actively participate in decisions making processes. All right, some of them they might okay, some of our clients they might be confident when we working with them like individually, but some of our clients they need a group support, they need a group to be helped, to be worked with, and that's why we can select it, the level of of our practices. And we have a lot of true we have a lot of social work true, we have a lot of social work techniques, we have a lot of level of our methodology of social work to working with other client. But don't forget to let them still on the self-determinations and self decisions making process, to be the part of the process is still important. Right, one of the more thing when people talking about gender, the concept of anti-patriarchy and structural occupation are still discussed from now. I think in the outer society now, and as I observe in social media, they have a lot of group who are talking about anti-patriarchy, or how we can learn to understand patriarchy and what kind of patriarchy influence, especially on gender issue, and especially women and girls. They are talking about it so much on social media, and I see a lot of hashtag like me too, like women and girls empowerment, like uh, voice other voice something. It's a lot of hashtag on social media. Is that mean most of people, especially for young generation, for the young generation, they are interested about what is the influence on their in their starting from their family, starting from their community, and starting from their society. What is the effect of patriarchy, and what kind of the structural oppression is effect to them? So the impact of the patriarchal structures, the patriarchal norms and expectations can be harder the healthy um, sexual identity developments of individual. And patriarchy like patriarchy, transgender, and gender non-conforming people that are still, and discriminations and employment, educations, and healthcare. Um, for example, transgender individuals are often face the systematic discriminations at the key area of life, like when they contact to the hospital, when they get the services from the social services setting, they didn't get any gender sensitivity from the staff and limiting their access to opportunity and essential services. The next topic is important to the inclusive social services, providing LGBTIQ affirming and culturally responsive social services is crucial to support and well-being and empowerment of transgender individual. All right. I hope some of us might be have questions, and don't forget to leave your message from the YouTube channel as you are watching now, and you can leave message and from your question or your perspective too. Okay, and the next topic is power dynamics as a Foucault perspective. Most of the ideas after the post model, most of us we discuss a lot of the Foucault and um, the Foucault influence perspective, talking about what kind of power dynamics has happened. Um, the power dynamic when we're talking about the global relationship or the gender perspective I mean um it's always happen look like someone are higher than someone and someone are still lower again, and how we can thinking and critical how we can balance the power, because some of individual they feel like depend on their social status, depend on their social identity. They might be feeling they have the overpower. And some people, and especially for people who are marginalizations, they are feel like they are lower power. How we can make this to be equal and people can share their power relation. We call power sharing. We call power sharing. Examine power and knowledge as a Foucault theory is poses that power is pervasive and linked to the knowledge and embedded within the social structure and discipline body and social institution creates duties and and disciplines body through the surveillance and normalization of behavior. And what is a power dynamic with sexuality and identity? Power relation shape a concept, shape and constraints of the expressions of sexual identity and leading to the normalization of certain form of sexuality. For example, you may see the idea about gender box, gender box, masculinity and femininity are follow people by their gender identity and gender expressions. So why we didn't believe when women pretend, or it's not a pretend. Women doing something as strong, women doing something a leader. Why society not acceptable? And in the reality, why transgender people is unacceptable when they want to be working as a professional occupations, like why transgender teacher is unacceptable in school, white, transgender doctor, transgender lawyer, a transgender nurse are not accepted in their career or a career path. Does that mean that identity could not balance the power and their power is less, they are powerless. They could not find um, people who will be share the power. And that's why I'm talking about the power dynamic with the gender issue in our field. And I believe that most of us have been experienced working with the gender issue. And the gender issue is a cost-cutting issue for now, which related with the climate change, the boiling world, the environmental. We are talking on gender in the world, gender in um, disaster, gender in many issues. I mean, gender are cost cutting issue around the world. So what do we do now? So you can see the picture of the world map, and I get it from the ILGA world. They are discussing and talking and mapping about so what is I mean reality happen about the sexual orientation laws in the world, and you can see on the geopolitics are related with gender issue or and gender identity and sexual orientations issue in the global north, and especially they have the law support, and that's mean in the global north they have very strong on legal framework, and that's why they can produce and they can adapt the policy in their country to protect the gender issue. But in this at the same perspective in the global south, I mean in developing country still have problem on sexual orientations and gender identity to be get accepted by law. Marriage equality or same-sex marriage are talking much in many countries from now, but don't forget some country in the world, they are still have punishment who will be express their gender identity. And you can see on the right hand side of the world map talking about I mean the situations of gender identity and sexual orientation around the world. So what do we do now in the international level, in the global perspective? We have UN guideline for sexual diversity. Some of us might be heard about the Yogyakarta Principle. The Yogyakarta Principle is our outline of United Nations guideline to ensure the equal rights and the protections for the individual with diverse sexual identities. You might be, I try to link this concept about um, um, with um, with the being rules on women issue, and after the women um, um, after the elimination of women's discriminations um, from from that one, and most of the countries around the world they adapt, I mean they adopt that one and they translate to their national guideline or national policy or creating by law is I mean the influence from the international and comes to the nation in many countries to adopt and adapt the concept of women rights and try to relate it with their policy. Um, I want to linking that one because that is because and when we talking about the Yogyakarta principle about LGBT or sexual orientation and gender identity guideline is I mean some of us might be have heard that before. Some of us might be what kind of Yogyakarta principle or what is the Yogyakarta principle. All right. The next point is the protecting human rights of LGBT IQ groups. The principle aim to uphold the fundamental the human rights of LGBTIQ individuals and promote their inclusion and well-being. And the last point of this one is promoting equality and non-discriminations. And the guidelines call for eliminating discriminations and ensuring equal access to services for people for sexual orientation and gender identity. And this is the last point of my presentations. I would like to get your for instance, in Thailand about legal frameworks. As I mentioned, Thailand on 2017, we have the on 2017, we have the news and update Thai's constitutions. Uh, in that sector is here the prohibit is discriminations based on gender and promoting equality and inclusion for all citizens. And after that, but before that, we have the Gender Equality Act in 2015 is aimed to protect right for all gender in Thailand. The act is seeking to safeguard to the rights the individual with diverse sexual diversity and gender identity and sexual orientation and through its implementations required for the future steering. Well, I would say that some country, especially in Thailand, we have gender equality, but we have to discuss again about what of the equality of implementations when we use that law to working with people in that country. Okay. And the last point of my presentation is to describe the existence for the rules, the legal frameworks. There is a pressing need to be enhanced societal understand and ensure the effective enforcement of this law. And it's crucial to provide meaningful protection of LGBT and individuals and foster for more the inclusive in society. Well, most of our work as a social worker, we have to know a lot of the regulations, the international regulation, policy, law. We are holder a bucket of law, a bucket of legal frameworks. We have to link that. So what is the issue of gender and what kind of gender related with legal framework and use that to help our client and use that to help the gender issue in your work. I hope my presentations can increasing and the number of people who are social worker working on the gender issue. Some of my misunderstanding, my the jargon word or something it's missing during my presentation, I would apologize and I accept and please accept my apologize on my miscommunications. And if you have any question, don't forget to leave your message on your YouTube. And thank you so much for CAPA to invite me to join today. Thank you.
You're welcome, Kat. Thank you so much for your presentation. Really, you talked a lot about the laws, no, the situation, some parts. Here in Latin America, for example, in Peru, at least, we still have laws for women, no, not still for gender, for example, no. So the law is no. It's like a contradiction because we have international laws, no, to protect everyone, but still it's like we are not in development on this aspect, and the society here is a little more traditional and don't talk so much about these subjects, no? It's a little difficult to try to understand to people to change of this conception or try that they understand that these people who have rights, as you were saying, isn't it? And 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 still we have this kind of how you say, I saw that discriminations still, no? No, it's a lot in Latin America. It's a lot. It's not common. It's not usual to see um, so much people which show by themselves, no? And the majority of people is just woman or men, not so much people who really show themselves, or hide. So much of them hide, and it probably uh, make it get depressed, no? The people because couldn't speak about their how they are feeling in this moment. What do you think about this kind of troubles still in the society?
So yeah, I'm totally agree. And if we cannot protect on the gender issue, and that the issue might be bigger and bigger as you mentioned about the people are still have the mental challenge because they could not talk. And I think provide to talking about gender, starting from a family issues, family work, continue in the community work, connect to the in the next level in the policy work. This might be can help to raise the idea of gender issue or gender protection to be the part of our social work. Yeah, we can do it.
Mm. What do you think that social workers must to do with this situation?
So now I think a gender issue are, I mean, as I mentioned about is the urgent issue. That's the number of increasing of discriminations and violence for the women and girls and people who are LGBT around the world. They are struggled on that. And there's a big reason why we have to work and increasing the idea about the social work to be the part of that one. And as I observed that some of program in bachelor degree in social work, um, they have the subject on gender in social work or gender in equality. I mean, many school teaching about it, and I think this one is can help. Um, I mean, my junior social worker can be have the idea about social work with work with gender issue and work with the people from I mean in the future.
Yeah, you're right. I think that education, no, is the basis of everyone. And we have Amelie that later we will talk about the gender agenda in schools, no, in the systems of schools. Well, what will be your message for social workers in Latin America?
Yes.
uh, for ending the conference, what is your message, your your comment, your suggestion for social workers that are watching you now or they will watch you later?
I could not hear you well. I'm not well. I think my connection is not working for now.
Oh, now, ahora, ¿me escuchas? ¿Me escuchas? ¿Me escuchas? No. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, it's very well for now.
I, I was telling you, what is your message for the social workers in Latin America that is watching you now or will watch you later?
Oh yes, I think I mean I was mentioned about the global south and the global north as a global south and the Southeast Asia and Latin America. We are the very, I mean, we are in the same situation to not only working with our client, but we are working on other politic issue and linkages. And this challenge, still happen in the global south. And I think when we have the part of the social work role, we be the part of, political movement. Um, uh, how can I say? Politics is a part of our work, and that's why I encourage you to, working with empowerment people to be the part of the participation to create a democracy. I mean, to, I mean, um, to support the democracy will be happen in that country in the global south. That I want to share for my opinion.
Sure. So if a good law will get involve everyone without distinction or anything. Well, thank you so much, Kat.
You're
Really
very welcome. You're
appreciate
very
this time.
welcome. Thank you so much. Muchas gracias.
Mhm. Yeah, thank you. After the Congress, we will put the subtitles in Spanish, no? Because most of people, here speak more in Spanish, so not so much speaking English. But the good is that we have the record, so later we will pass in Spanish.
See.
Okay. Thank you so much, Kat, for
Bye-bye.
everything. Bye. And now our next guest is Kat. Kathy.
Hello.
Yes, that's good. Glad to see you, Kathy. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Very well. Yeah, at least I haven't slept very well, just only 1 hour.
Oh,
Yeah, because I was doing
yeah.
all the things and I was very worried in the morning. And so,
A
yeah.
lot to put on a big conference, that's for sure.
Well, my face is different because in the morning I was sleepy as if, but now I am. Yeah,
Very
after
good.
lunch, I am forced to sleep. Yeah, I could continue. Yeah, well, I give you a brief. Let's see who is Catherine. Well, Dr. Catherine Colley Berman is an emeritus associate professor of social work at Illinois State University. Her professional background also includes work in Illinois' public child welfare system and serving as a consultant on a variety of child welfare projects and programs. She has developed child protection training programs for several cohorts of Romanian officials and has been a Fulbright Senior Scholar at the University of Bucharest and had subsequent grants to carry out special projects. Her research interests include program evaluation of child welfare and adolescent mental health programs. For the last several years, she has taught practice evaluation and field education at the NC master level. Dr. Werman has served as the U.S. National Association of Social Workers Board President 2007-2020. In this role, she also had the privilege of serving as a member of International Federation of Social Workers Executive Committee. At present, Dr. Werman has served as adjunct faculty at Fordham University. She is taught for social policy online. She has also served as an adjunct faculty for Marist College Social Work Department. She currently serves as chair of the Global Social Service Workforce Alliance Steering Committee. Wow, it's a good brief.
Okay. Well, thank you for that introduction. It's really great to join you today for the International Congress of Social Work to talk about the Global Social Service Workforce Alliance. I really I really appreciate being able to join in with a presentation at a conference that's exploring the frontiers of social work and celebrating innovation and transformation. The Alliance really resonates with these themes and really welcomes the opportunity to talk with everyone who will see this about the work the Alliance does under the leadership of our director, Hugh Salmon, to strengthen the social service workforce. So at this point, I'd like to start sharing the screen.
Sure. You have, yes, you can. I will try.
Okay. And I need to also pop up my my PowerPoint. Okay. So that should be on my desktop, right? Share. Can you see that?
No, not yet.
I might need some assistance. I'm not sure what to do. Let's see. Let me step back and
Or put share. Next to chat is the next chat is sharing, for sharing.
yes.
Yeah, do click.
And let's see.
And choose your file.
File. Go to
Your
file.
file.
And there we go. Nope, that's not it. Well, let's see. I'm not able to share.
If you like, you can send me and I will pass you.
It might be too big.
Kathy, is it the same one that I have? Because I'm also happy to share.
If you can share it, that would be great, Elena. That's there we go.
Oh, good.
Perfect. That voice is Elena Sherman, who is our communications and advocacy manager
Oh, so
for
good.
the Social Service Workforce Alliance, and will be teaming with me to help answer questions at the end. So if we can start with that first slide, that'd be great.
Second.
There we go. And then if we can go to, yeah, perfect. Perfect. Okay. So getting back, what I'll be doing today is covering who we are as an alliance, what our mission is, our people, and the impact that we try to have in the world. We'll be looking at our definition of the social service workforce, which includes top of the list social workers, of course, but there are many others, as I'm sure most of you know in your own work as social workers that are part of the social service team. We'll be talking about our workforce strengthening framework. We'll talk about the resources that the Alliance has developed in collaboration with key funding partners. And most of all, we're going to talk with you about how to get involved as a member and a participant in our regular events, because membership in the Alliance is open to everyone, and we hope you'll take advantage of that if you haven't already. It's also free. I'll emphasize that at different points throughout. At the end, we'll have a question and answers. And as I mentioned, Elena Sherman is here with us to help with that process. So next, well, before we move to the next slide, let me just say over the past year, we've been celebrating our 10-year anniversary as an alliance. So to commemorate the occasion, we've been focusing on the theme, a decade of progress, a future of promise. Now, this theme really celebrates the global, regional, and country level progress that has been made to strengthen the social service workforce over the years, as well as to look to the future and the importance of continuing these efforts in the years and decades to come, knowing that we all are going to be responding to new challenges in our rapidly changing world. Some of our recent work, including our annual symposium, as well as our Social Service Workforce Week, which we host every year to advocate for the social service workforce, as well as our State of the Service Social Service Workforce Report, have all been incorporated into our anniversary theme. And I hope you will visit our website to read more about what we have to offer and what we're celebrating. Next slide, please. This is our mission. We are an inclusive, representative network of members working together to build a world in which a well-planned, developed, and supported social service workforce is better able to address the needs of at-risk individuals and communities, something that I think all of us are highly invested in. From my perspective, the Alliance's efforts also contribute to building peace in the world by enabling the workforce to be more responsive to human need and dedicated to building community. Our mission is to promote and strengthen the social service workforce to provide services when and where they are most needed to alleviate poverty, challenge and reduce discrimination, and promote social justice and human rights, as well as to prevent and respond to violence and family separation. So to achieve that goal, we work to build and channel the political will, actions, resources, and structures that are needed for a social service workforce that is knowledgeable, capable, critically reflective, resilient, and committed. Next slide, please. We have what is not really a lengthy history, but one that has stood the test of at least 10 years. We were originally conceived during the Social Welfare Workforce Strengthening Conference held in Cape Town, South Africa in 2010. At that time, teams from 18 different countries joined together to share experiences and address key challenges facing the social service workforce at a national, regional, and global level. The idea of the Alliance was proposed to provide ongoing support for and dialogue around effective social service workforce strengthening practices. We marked our official launch as a network in June 2013. When I think about it, our origin story reminds me of the Margaret Mead quote, "Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has." And if that doesn't speak to your social work hearts, I can't imagine what does. It certainly speaks to mine. So after 10 years, the Alliance is still going strong and evolving to meet the challenges that lie before the social service workforce community. And as for the changes that we've contributed to the world, well, I would just have to encourage you to review some of the resources on our website, and I'll be talking about a few of them. But one thing I know for sure, the Global Social Service Workforce Alliance has made the world a little bit smaller by bringing committed individuals from many different countries to share and collaborate in our strengthening efforts. I must say, our small team uses technology to great advantage in order to do that. Next slide, please. So, how do we approach this work? We take a multifaceted, people-centered approach to strengthening the social service workforce. First of all, we are conveners of an inclusive network of more than 3,500 members from across 150 countries to foster collaboration and knowledge exchange among those engaged in workforce strengthening. Our members, of which I hope that you all consider becoming, are affiliated with government organizations, civil society organizations, NGOs, academic institutions, donor groups, and professional associations. Our members are able to engage with one another through collaboration on our website, as well as through our interest groups and our events, such as our annual symposium and webinars. The second component of our approach is to advance knowledge and build the evidence base for effective social service workforce strengthening. When we do this by developing and sharing research, resources, tools, models, and best practices. To date, we have produced over 27 resources to aid countries in their efforts to plan, develop, and support the workforce, many of which are considered to be best practices in this area. We also, and not to brag, but we also house the leading library of resources and tools focused on social service workforce strengthening. We're talking over 1,400 resources, all of which you can access through our website. Next slide, please. Our third area of focus is on building capacity. And this includes working with various stakeholders to develop plans and initiatives to strengthen their social service workforce and improve the systems that ensure the well-being of the most at-risk populations. To date, we've worked with over 440 national governments to design and implement workforce strengthening strategies. Some examples include working with the Association of Southeast Asian Nations to develop the first ever regional framework to expand and strengthen the social service workforce across Southeast Asia. After we did a mapping assessment, we found that there were some significant challenges, including one, very low ratios of social workers per population. Two, only 3 countries in the region had a professionalized workforce. And 3, there were poor public perceptions of social workers. So we had some things to support the area in working on. Another example of our efforts in capacity building includes working with the government of Uganda to develop the first national framework for strengthening the social service workforce, along with developing an operational framework. I just want to step back and say all of this work is done on the ground locally with the people who are directly involved. It's not imposed from the outside. It's very much a team approach. The final area of focus is on advocacy. We work to promote effective advocacy and stimulate an active network of advocates to elevate the understanding and gain support for the social service workforce. This includes the activity I mentioned before, hosting Social Service Workforce Week every year, during which at least 35 organizations from across the globe join us to advocate for the workforce. Our Global Advocacy Toolkit, again, available on our website, has also helped build the capacity for others to advocate at both the national and regional levels. And over 35 organizations, again, have joined us in issuing a call to action for strengthening the social service workforce to better protect children and achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Next slide, please. It's important that we have a definition of the social service workforce, again, to help people understand. So who is the social service workforce? What we can say, and this is our official definition on the slide, is that it includes a broad range of professionals and paraprofessionals, those who have formal university qualifications and those who may have undergone special on-the-job training, government, and NGO workers. They also work with a wide range of people, from children and youth to older people, to adults with particular needs, to whole families and communities. Their functions and responsibilities range from providing preventative and responsive services at the micro and meso levels, individuals and communities, to promoting the workforce through advocacy, training, monitoring, and supervision at all levels, including macro or national level. On the slide is our definition, as I mentioned. And I have to tell you that this was developed through a very long and wide process of consultation with stakeholders across the globe. On the right side of the slide are the different titles used in different contexts throughout the world. Okay. Next slide, please. This slide, there's a lot going on here, but it's an effort to provide another way of understanding who makes up the social service workforce. It shows varied roles within the social service workforce, including the allied workforce in other sectors that social workers and others in the workforce work with, maybe from health, from education, and from justice. It further shows the occupational levels and qualifications needed for the varied levels of the workforce. So currently, the social service workforce currently employed in social services or statutory decision-making roles include social workers with university degrees, professional specialists who are employed in social service providing organizations who may have something other than social work degrees, such as psychologists, social pedagogues, lawyers, speech therapists. Also, there are paraprofessionals who are employed in social services in roles that don't have a requirement for specialized formal education. So that may include village heads, community leaders, foster carers, personal assistants, and home care workers. It's believed that, and I think most would agree, that practitioners who are performing social work tasks that require professional competencies in social work, or who are employed in statutory decision-making positions or social service providing organizations, and they may have no social work degrees. There are also social protection administrators and specialists that may work closely with social service workforce members, but are usually overseen under one ministry in a unified social protection system. And then finally, there's the allied workforce, professionals in those other settings that I described in health, education, and justice. So a little more complexity in this slide, but it's just another way of looking at it. Next slide, please. So in terms of strengthening the social service workforce, where do our challenges lie? As you can see, top one, and perhaps some of you have experienced this in your own countries, that people may not understand, and particularly government officials sometimes may not understand the value of the workforce. It is hard sometimes to articulate the important work we do. And it's been a challenge of my lifetime to think of a way to do it so that people understand. So today, the best thing I come up with is social workers and social service workforce members are the connective tissue that bring people in need together with responsive resources and expertise. And that's a challenge that we need to meet in our work in various countries. When people don't understand the value, as it indicates on the slide, we don't have a workforce that is well or appropriately equipped, supported, or empowered to do the amazing work we know they can do. Therefore, we're wasting resources, the worst kind of resources. We're wasting human resources. So keeping that in mind, next slide, please. One of our most valuable tools is our social service workforce strengthening framework. Again, it's one of our most essential resources, and you'll find key resources on our website for each of the 3 steps that are identified here. First, the planning, the developing, and the supporting. And it goes round and round. You're never quite finished because we can constantly improve. But note, the framework is intended to be country-specific. It takes into consideration country-specific context, including the social service system that's in place, culture, local legislation, labor market economy. This is something that's highly adaptable. And it has been and utilized around the world as a key framework to guide workforce strengthening efforts. It outlines what are widely considered to be core best practice elements in each one of those areas. It's intended as a guide to support country efforts to strengthen the workforce. It's also the framework we use when we're helping guide countries on how to strengthen their workforce. So depending on where you practice and what your role is, you may find that it's a very useful framework to apply and adapt to your situation. Going further, taking strategic approaches to planning the social workforce must be taken to ensure adequate provision of the resources and skilled personnel needed. The workforce must be developed to foster expertise, professionalism, and adaptability. So key activities are going to be, for example, to design pre-service education and in-service programs. To ensure that the curricula includes local and indigenous knowledge as well as international best practices. We need to think about strengthening faculty and teaching methods and provide a broad range of in-service professional development opportunities for workers. We also need to be thinking about increasing the incentive for individuals to come and join the social service workforce. And once we have recruited people, we want to retain them and ensure the quality of the current social service workforce. So that means developing or strengthening systems to improve and sustain worker performance, as well as developing tools and resources and initiatives to improve job satisfaction, and supporting professional associations in their efforts to enhance the professional growth and development of the workforce. Organizations like the International Federation of Social Workers, for example, the International Association of Schools of Social Work are one more example. The following slides will break this down a little bit more. So next slide, please. So planning the workforce, we want to make sure that we're carrying out assessments to identify human resource gaps and improve recruitment, hiring, and deployment practices. We also want to advocate for political will to do this kind of work. We may need legislative frameworks and resource allocation to strengthen and support the workforce. So that's for planning. So what do we have to offer in terms of resources for planning from the Alliance? Next slide, please. Here are just a few examples. The first one on the left, the Social Service Workforce Mapping Toolkit, is a guide, step-by-step guide to complete a national social service workforce mapping process to figure out who's out there, what are they doing, is it enough? Are we under-resourced in terms of, social service workforce to population? So virtually everything you would need to conduct a study on a national or on a more local level may be found in this toolkit. We also have our proposed guidance on developing minimum social service workforce ratios. Again, a step-by-step guide for estimating minimum workforce ratios at the country level or for a specific local context. It can also be used in conjunction with another proposed guidance document called Proposed Guidance for Costing the Social Service Workforce, which helps policymakers and planners figure out how to calculate the cost of human resources required to target minimum ratio of social service workers per population. So 3 major pieces that are available for use that we have developed, as you can see, in conjunction with UNICEF for the last 2 that I spoke about. Next slide, please. For developing the workforce, well, what do we need? Not to be redundant, but we need to have high quality training, curriculum, teaching methods that are engaging and effective, as well as the capacity to continue to in-service members of the social service workforce. It's a critical part of retention as well. Next slide, please. So again, what resources do we have to offer? We have guidelines to strengthen the social service workforce for child protection that we developed in conjunction with UNICEF, and it's designed to accelerate programming on the social service workforce in the area for child protection. We also have core concepts and principles of effective case management, which aims to support social service workers responsible for implementing case management process. It articulates main principles and concepts of case management and is meant to serve as a guide to help inform local and contextualized approaches. One more, there are paraprofessionals in the social service workforce, guiding principles, functions, and competencies. This document provides guidance for developing programs and activities related to how paraprofessionals can be trained, developed, and supported. Next slide, please. Supporting the workforce. We're talking about how we develop systems to improve and sustain worker performance. And we know we need provision of good training. We need provision of good supervision to support professional growth and expertise. And again, coming back to supporting professional associations, It's important because they enhance professional growth and development of the workforce too, and help elevate the profile of social workers and other social service workforce members and the contribution they make. I might also encourage you, if you go to our website, to take a look at a technical note that was written during the COVID-19 pandemic, still ongoing, but it was entitled Taking Care of the Workforce During COVID-19. It's another example. Next slide, please. Oh, and there it is, the one I just mentioned. These are resources available on our website that speak directly to resources to support the workforce. And note that we do have one, guidance on strengthening supervision for the social service workforce, in addition to the COVID one that I mentioned. Also, we offer a global advocacy toolkit for the social service workforce. Offers a common set of tools and messages to help bring about greater political and programmatic priority for the social service workforce. Next slide, please. Just want to talk a little bit about a particular focus, and this one would be strengthening the workforce for family-based care. In addition to our core work as a network, the Alliance is also funded by a generous grant from USAID, and we're currently working on 3 workforce strengthening projects with UNICEF in Iraq, Tunisia, and Sri Lanka. We also have an exciting new project funded by the Martin James Foundation, which is working to capture the experiences of care experienced youth in Brazil, India, and Uganda to inform workforce training and advocacy tools. So specifically through that project, we're trying to capture the knowledge and lived experience of children, young people, and family members from their contact with the formal care system. What did they experience there? What was their experience in residential care or formalized kinship care? And, you know, those who have left these forms of care to live independently, did they leave to be independent, or were they reintegrated back into their families? What we plan to do is to use what we learn from those we speak with. How do we determine the needs and gaps in the workforce? What knowledge and attitudes and skills do they need to have in order to be effective? When it's appropriate, we'll document the knowledge and experience through videos, written testimonies, and other creative media to help people understand how we can better serve the youth that are involved in various forms of care outside their families. Currently, our teams in Uganda and India are beginning to conduct the formal assessments, and we hope to start the process very soon in Brazil. Going forward to our next slide, and this is one of my favorite slides, and you've heard me say it throughout the presentation today. Join the Alliance. It's free. It's got a great deal to offer. Here are just a few things identified on the slide. All the resources that I've talked about through our discussion today. We have webinars and the annual symposium that you're able to, participate in. You can share blog posts. We advertise upcoming events. It's just too good to pass up. So I hope that you will take an opportunity. You can see that the site address is right below. And you just know that the Alliance does have over 3,400 individual members that are affiliated with government, UN agency, nonprofits, faith-based organizations, and so forth across those 150 countries I mentioned. And we would encourage anyone committed to strengthening and advocating for the social service workforce to join us. Come be a part of our ongoing dialogue with global social service community. We would welcome you. So going to our last slide, I want to thank you and hope that this presentation has given you a better idea of who we are and what we do, as well as what we're currently focused on. And we'd love to see how we can collaborate either on a current project or a new one. So we are now at our Q&A, and we are, again, lucky to have Elena Sherman online. Elena is the Alliance Communications and Advocacy Manager, and she's on to help answer your questions. So at this point, let's see, I'm going to check the chat and see. Okay, I just see someone wants to join the Alliance, so just go to the website. Okay, Carolina.
Hi, thank you so much, Kathy, for your presentation and for being here. And what is the name of your friend?
Elena.
Alina.
Aha.
Hello, Alina.
Sorry, I will rename myself.
Yes, so here we are.
Yes, a ver, questions, friends? Any question, any comment you like to speak? Maybe Amelie, you would like to do any comment? Amelie.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, I'm just interested to join the Global Alliance. I will check this out later. How can I best serve service? So I find that it's interesting what they have to offer to the world, and it's yeah, I will check the website. Thanks for sharing, Catherine.
My pleasure. Elena can tell us more, but we are updating our website. So look for that to come in the future, but it's still good to go right now.
Yes,
So I
everything
will
will
check your
transfer
contact
over,
too.
but yeah, we are updating our website to be launched at the end of this month. So it might
Oh,
look a little
perfect.
bit different at the end of this month, but for the better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we look forward to receiving your membership.
I see that you have a lot of members. How you start the Global Alliance? How you create the organization? What difficulties you have passed to continue?
Well, as we mentioned in the presentation, a need was identified, and through the support of some other organizations, personnel, particularly one person, the first director of the Alliance, helped get things going. From there, I'm not completely sure all the nuts and bolts, and maybe Elena would have a better idea of what happened to get it going.
Yeah, I think, it really stemmed from that Social Welfare Workforce Strengthening Conference in Cape Town in 2010. And so that was really the impetus that got us going there. I think there was, I forget, there was 18 countries, if I'm not mistaken, that came together. And really what they identified was, oh, we're all working on social service workforce strengthening, but we're not communicating with one another. We're not able to share our learnings with one another. And so that was really the impetus for the Alliance, was that there needed to be a way for countries to come together, or different stakeholders in countries to come together and share their learning around workforce strengthening and what was working, what wasn't working. So that's really kind of where we got started. It did take about 3 years to really take things off. But thanks to some generous funding we received actually through PEPFAR, we were able to get started. And we kicked off with really doing a lot of webinars, and then just kind of developing our resource database. And then we gradually started thematic groups. We started our Social Service Workforce Strengthening Week as an advocacy effort. We started our State of the Social Service Workforce Report. So it's all just kind of built from there. And all of those initiatives have continued to date. So, and our membership has continued to grow. We have quite a number of members from all over the country, all over the world, not country, and from various different backgrounds. They all work in quite a large, we have government, UN individuals, practitioners themselves who work for nonprofits. So quite a variety that come together through the Alliance.
Sounds great, no? And the majority members, o sea, in quantity, in which places or which continents are the majority?
Yeah, so I would say the majority are from East and Central Africa. That's kind of where I think some of our initiatives really took off, because a lot of them attended that Social Welfare Workforce Strengthening Conference. So that is, a lot of our members are originally from there. Or a lot of our original members are from there, I should say. But since then, we've really grown into Southeast Asia. We currently are really looking to grow our members in Latin America. We have identified that, we don't have a very, we want to make sure that we're working with Latin American countries and gaining learning from them as well. So that is definitely where we're looking to expand into. So,
Through
yeah,
CAPA, everybody will see you.
yeah.
After the Congress, at the ending of the Congress, I put the subtitles in Spanish, so it will be easier
Okay,
for
great.
people.
Yes.
But the good is that we are just recording all this with the
Yes.
information and these things, so people could see and watch and look, no,
Yes.
the information later.
And I should mention too, so we realized that in order to really be more accessible to members throughout the world, language is so critical. And so something we're currently working on at the moment is to translate some of our key guidance materials into Spanish, as well as into French and potentially Arabic. So soon, actually by the end of this year, we're hoping that at least 2 of our materials will be in Spanish. Our child protection, social service workforce strengthening
Good, good. That's
guidelines will be in Spanish.
great.
So those will be available.
Congratulations. Because it's a
Yeah,
lot of work, no? Because
yeah,
translate,
yeah,
publications, and
yeah.
check
And
it
then
out.
hopefully next year we'll continue that movement. That is definitely a strong
Sounds
priority of
great, sounds
ours.
great.
Yeah.
And tell me, what are the subjects where you like an statistics that you receive? So would you, for example, in Africa, I think that maybe is the poverty the most issue that you information that you receive something, no? Entonces, which issues you receive more, no? Which subjects?
I mean, I think it's quite varied. It really depends again, yeah, on that region. Something that have focused heavily on is really this strengthening the workforce for family-based care. And that's something that we definitely focus strongly on, as well as just different issues of child protection. But recently we are looking to kind of grow our knowledge as well as that means gaining knowledge from our members around specific issues in climate change is, we know, a major thematic area that needs to continue to be really thought about specifically in terms of the role of the workforce in responding to climate change and also preparation of the workforce for climate change. We also recognize aging populations. And so that's an area we'd really like to kind of dive into, as well as the role in how we can build the capacity of the workforce to effectively work with those populations. Yeah, and so I think there's lots of other things. I mean, refugee and migration crises is another area we'd love to dive into. So many things. It's just we have to kind of figure out, yeah, which one we can really dive into and get more resources developed for.
Sure. It's yes, a problem that's getting increased with the situation, with the conflicts. No, it's very deep, very deep.
Yeah.
But it's good to know that you guys are doing a lot of things, no? And we sometimes we don't know so much what are people is doing in the world. And
Yeah.
and you have any kind of relationship with the UN, with the Nations Unidas?
Yeah, so we work very closely with UNICEF. They've always been one of our key partners in everything we do. So a lot of our projects that we currently work on have been through UNICEF in terms of the country level work we're doing. So we definitely work very closely with UNICEF, and a lot of our guidance has been developed in collaboration.
And with United Nations too.
I mean, I think most of it's primarily been with UNICEF, but not necessarily with, yeah.
Because it's a part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. That's great. Oh, Kathy, you are in the organization. How long have you been here in the organization?
About 4 years, getting close to 4 years as a volunteer leader. And I'm careful about, where I choose to put my time. And I was so impressed by this organization. I was really happy to join their steering committee because anything I can do to support this kind of work and helping the people who are doing the work on the ground in the country, anything I can do to contribute to that is a good thing.
Thank you so much. So
Absolutely.
We need a lot of information, knowledge, no?
Yeah, and for me, I'll tell you, one of the things that I learned from work in Romania, and this was back in the 90s, so a while, and early 2000, is the notion of advocacy, with governments or with other, organizations is so critical to, getting what is needed in order to make the workforce more effective. And so I think the work that the Alliance does to support that is really critical. I know many of us as social workers focus on the direct service piece, but that other piece is so important. And so that's where Global Social Service Workforce Alliance can be really helpful too in terms of the guidance.
Well, the good is that we see your guidance and if we can share this information to read, no?
Yes.
We need a lot of material as social workers, no? Sometimes need you have this experience in publish it. The experience that you have been doing is published, so, or you have in digital.
The reports.
Just the experience that people like a book or something.
Oh, everything you saw, everything you saw in the slides is available through a link, right, Elena? Yeah, so you can
Yeah.
pull it up and you could print it out if you wanted to, but you can look at it online. We don't do a lot of actual physical printing, but it's available. The text is there.
Okay. Well, my question was that if you had you published books or magazines or about organization.
Like a newsletter?
It could be newsletter or research.
Do you mean more like peer review publications, that kind of thing?
Could be.
Yeah. I mean, I think we've primarily just worked on more kind of open access materials that are readily available. So haven't really done journal publications. But on our website, we do house a lot of journal publications from other organizations through our database. And yeah, we also have a newsletter that comes out every single month that kind of does a recap of all the different journal articles, resources, publications, blogs that have been coming out for that month around social service workforce strengthening. And we always welcome the input of anyone to recommend a resource that we could include or to contribute a blog for us.
Yeah, if you like, I could put the link in my webpage so
Yeah, that'd be
people
great.
could access directly to your webpage if you like.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay, that would be
course.
okay.
Thank
That's
you.
good. Well, guys, really interesting the experience of your organization. Thank you so much. And your message, your suggestions, that your last suggestion message for social workers who are watching you in this moment.
My message would be, I'm so excited for you, that you're having this conference. And, I love social work and I love social workers. And I know a few. In fact, the last president of the Federation, International Federation of Social Workers, Silvana Martinez, is someone that I know and cherish. But just that, keep up the good work that you're doing and join us.
Now we have our president, is Joaquin Mumba from South Africa. He's very nice guy. In my webpage, in my YouTube channel, I had a little interview with him. I met him in Panama. He is really friendly, and so it is pretty nice. And Kenya Batista now is our regional president of Latin American and Caribbean. And she will be this Congress on Thursday at 7 p.m. She will speak here on the Congress.
Excellent.
I think it's in Spanish. Today it's only in English. Everything is English. Tomorrow until Saturday will be everything in Spanish.
Now, I want to know what Elena's message is.
Well, I would just say I've actually been working on these worker profiles. So one thing we often do is, feature social workers and social service workers and to really just showcase, the important role they play. And so I've been interviewing quite a number of social workers in the past few days for to develop all these new profiles that'll go in our State of the Social Service Workforce report this year. And I'm really just in awe of all of them. So it's just amazing how they can. I think some of the messages that I've really received is just that it's difficult work and it can be extremely challenging, but they're such heartfelt people. And I'm so motivated by each and every one of them. So I would just say to keep going, and you will have challenges, but you will also have so many successes, and that you are really just you're so important to so many solving so many issues in the world. And so and to thank you.
Thank you
Um,
so much,
yeah.
guys. Really appreciate this. And we will continue to contact, sure. And well, but for this moment, I want to say goodbye.
Thank you so much.
Have a good time. And now we have our next guest, Sue Ann from Canada. Hello, Sue. How are you doing?
Hello, Carolina. Hola.
Wow, it's sunny
Gracias
day
por
there.
la invitación. Yeah, I don't speak Spanish. I wish I spoke Spanish, but just a little poquito and then it's
Hablas un
gone.
poquito de español, qué bien.
So I wanted to thank you for the invitation today. I'm really sorry that I tuned in just in the last couple minutes of the last presenters. It was really interesting what they were presenting. So I'm going to share my screen. I can share my screen, Catalina, from my presentation. Is that okay?
Yeah, but I will I'll do the intro during your brief resume moment.
Oh, perfect. Okay, wonderful. Sorry.
Sue Ann MacDonald is an associate professor in the School of Social Work at the University of Montreal. She has worked for decades in the field of homelessness as an outreach worker and as a researcher. Her research focuses on the varying tensions embedded in the discourse and practices, social health and judicial, that produce oppression, exclusion, and discrimination. She's currently working on projects regarding hidden homelessness across Quebec and participatory action research projects, partnering with local community organizations and people with lived experience to reinforce and develop grassroots preventative and lived expertise approach that empower communities and reduce marginalization and exclusion. Her research program engaged with the colonial and ecological environmental perspective. Recently, she has developed several projects for the discipline of social work and social practice in light of the climate crisis. That's it. Okay, now you could open your file.
Okay, perfect. All right. Oh, I just wanted to, I'm just going to do it on the screen. Sorry. One moment. I'm just going to, been a while since I've presented on Zoom. I have to think about this for a second. Okay. Yes, this way. Okay. And I do this. Sorry, just giving me a second here. I'm trying to remember. I want to see my notes, and I want to see. I'm just thinking how to do this. Maybe I do it like this. Oh yes, this is how I do it. And then is that okay? Do you see my screen now? Can you hear me, Catalina? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm not sure what you see, but
Ah.
maybe you see my notes, but that's okay.
I see different page down.
Yes.
I see.
Okay, I'm gonna just fix. You know what I'm gonna do? I have a solution. I know what I'm gonna do. It's all good. I actually have a PDF version here, so I'm going to. Okay, arrêter le partage. And I'm going to do it like this. This is going to be better for me. I realize now this is taking me back to when I used to teach during COVID online. It's bringing back a lot of memories.
Yeah.
So now you see my screen,
Yes,
right?
I see.
Okay, perfect. That's what I want you to see because I want to be able to look at my notes. So I just wanted to thank you for the invitation today. And I'm coming to you today from Montreal, Quebec, Canada, which is also known as Geojage and the Indigenous territory of the Ganeagahaga, who have taken care of this territory and this city for a very long time and is known to Indigenous people as a gathering point of different Indigenous First Nations. So I just want to take a moment to say that because it's important in the kind of work we do to recognize those ancestral rights and that I'm coming to you from unceded stolen territory that is known internationally as Montreal. Today I'm going to do a fairly brief presentation. I know I have to speak slowly because it's in English and my Spanish is not good enough to speak in Spanish. My slides actually originally are in French because I work in French and this project takes place in Quebec, Canada, which is the Francophone province, a large province in Canada that is French speaking, so Francophone. And I'm going to talk today about a project we have underway that we are nearing the end of on greening social work or eco-social social work. And it's really an exploratory project looking at the province where I'm coming to you from, which is Quebec, and about what we are doing here in Quebec in terms of the discipline of social work and hoping to kind of inspire a paradigm shift. So I'm the principal researcher leading this project, but there's other people involved in this project. So at the bottom of my slide is the funding and also the other people involved. So my colleagues, Rosemary Carlton, Lena Dominelli is a collaborator on the project because of course we're very inspired by her work on green social work, and another colleague, Emmanuel Coury. So I'm going to just scroll down. And so the context of this project is, like I said, it's sorry, I just have a lot of people in my house right now. It's summertime here, so kids are not in school. So this project, like I said, it's really a bottom-up exploratory project, some of the context here in Quebec and also some of the context internationally. And I know I'm not the only speaker on the list on the program talking about green or eco-social social work. I see there's someone presenting just after my presentation. I wish I could stay for it, but I unfortunately I cannot. So we know contextually that we have an International Federation of Social Work and International Associations of School of Social Work, as well as other international bodies that are really calling for a better integration of environmental or ecological notions in social work, bringing it really into training, encouraging our knowledge base, encouraging practices as well. So internationally, and for people that were in Panama for the last international conference, just taking a look even at the program of what was presented, probably about a third or a quarter of the presentations were really in the stream of environmental social work, ecological social work, greening social work. So we're really part of there's really a bigger movement happening. So there's kind of a top-down pressure. And here in Quebec, this project also responds to the fact that there, as far as we know, isn't that much happening in the schools of social work. So in the province from which I'm coming to from, there's 10 schools of social work. I'm in a fairly big school of social work. And I believe across the province, we are the only school that has one course, for instance, on environment and social work. But there's not really a firm integration in training in this moment in Quebec. So this was a starting point for this project to say, this is what we think is happening, but perhaps there are initiatives and there are things happening to green social work, but we're not truly aware of what they are. A few years ago too, our professional order, our College of Social Work, so the professional order that gives license to social workers to be able to practice social work, organized a first professional conference on climate justice and climate change for social workers over several weeks with the different presentations on lunchtime, for instance, different activities to get us thinking about climate justice work, climate change, its impact on the profession, on social work practices. And some of us participated in putting together that program for the Professional College of Social Work. So I'm just giving you a bit of context here about where we're at. At the same time, about 2 years ago, we have a Canadian Association of Social Work Educators that are responsible for making sure that training across the country responds to certain norms, with about 45 different schools of social work across the country. And in these new pedagogical norms, there were 2 new points that were quite central to trying to encourage a paradigm shift. One was a new norm that said that schools have to prepare their students with environmental and ecological knowledge for practice, that we have to bring this into our center, our way of analyzing different social situations. And there was also a point on decolonizing knowledge and decolonizing practice and the self-determination of Indigenous peoples. So these are some of the kind of contextual pieces to understand where our project is coming from and where we started 2 years ago now. We are at the end, reaching the end of the 2-year project. So I'm just going to share with you an overview of some results. But to get started, I just want to make my screen a bit bigger so I can see better. Sorry about that. I'm just playing around with my screen a bit. So the question we really had, the overarching question was, how are green, meaning environmental and ecological notions and issues taken up within social work education and practice in Quebec, Canada? Lena Dominelli is really responsible for developing the concept of green social work. We didn't want to just, it's important here to say that, use one theory development for this work, which is why we put green and little citations there, because we really wanted to explore the broad range of ecological and environmental notions. There's environmental social work, there's eco-social work, there's green social work. So there's a lot of theory development in the moment. And one of the goals of the project was really to have a broad-based approach to exploring what this means for social work educators, for social workers, for students. I'll get to that in the next slide. So really broadly was to really try to paint a portrait or flesh out a portrait of what's happening, and with the ultimate goal of inspiring a paradigm shift due to all those contextual pieces as well that we mentioned, and because with the climate crisis that we're facing, we're not really going to have much of a choice except to really tool, social workers up so that we are better equipped to deal with the challenges that we're already experiencing. So I'm just going to check my time here. I'm probably going too slow. So the theoretical lens of this project, I said it's very much a bottom-up approach, but the overarching paradigm is very much an anti-oppressive one. So really looking at some of the structural pieces that affect and inform our thinking. And joined with the anti-oppression paradigm, we wanted to really mobilize the transformative and transgressive learning perspectives that emerge from critical pedagogy. As I said before, we didn't want to necessarily adopt just green social work or environmental social work or eco-social work, but we really wanted to be inspired by many different critical perspectives, including ecofeminism, intersectional lenses, and post-colonial lenses, and post-anthropocentric as well, to really try to encourage this paradigm shift. Joined with that, we really want to understand how learning is also shaped through praxis. So action, reflection, and thinking about action while we're reflecting upon it, while we're in action. And so we also adopted a transformative learning lens with which to understand how we can also encourage ecological consciousness, right? And have people thinking about social work differently and kind of detaching from very anthropocentric ways of thinking and doing and being. So there's just a few quotes here why it was important for us to add, say, transformative learning, why we wanted to join up with those concepts and notions, and be transgressive as well in the work to encourage this paradigm shift. And to also think outside of social work, to think more in terms of a transdisciplinarity and just different epistemic and environmental injustices. So I want to make sure we get to the results. So like I said, it's a small project to begin with. We actually have another project underway as well that emerges from this initial project, but today I'm just going to talk about the initial project. So we had three kinds of participants for focus groups. We had social workers, so practitioners. We had social work educators, which could be, regular professors like myself, to sessional instructors, sometimes students that are finishing their PhDs, but are also sessional instructors. So there's some overlapping here sometimes with these categories, and students. And we had some broad-based questions, but essentially we wanted to know what is known about environmental, ecological social work, green social work, what is actually being done. So what is being taught, what is being practiced, and also what could be developed. So how could we be inspired by other approaches or transdisciplinary approaches that we could bring into social work as well. We had a very good response from practitioners. In fact, there was really there was 18 participants in the social work category focus group. And there was a real desire to talk about, well, I'm trying this in practice, or have you thought about this? Or so there was a really wonderful sharing of experience and sharing of skills and knowledge. And so that was quite a wonderful benefit from the project. We had fewer educators and even fewer students, which was too bad, but students are busy. So yeah, for the moment, it was a small project to just try and flesh out a bit of a portrait about these shifts in social work. And we also were in partnership with the Professional College of Social Workers in Quebec, and an association as well in Quebec. And we did presentations to the schools of social work in Quebec as well to talk about the project. So there was quite a big reaching out about this project. And I think it was helpful just in the sense of starting discussions and, starting a dialogue around where we are and what we could be doing differently, and being inspired by different practices and knowledge. So there was quite a large kind of mobilization around this project in getting it started. So today what I wanted to do is I have a few slides of results. They're really not exhaustive. I'd say they're jumping off points for thinking about these things. And if anyone who's listening to this would like to contact me later, I could perhaps explain things a little more deeply than I can do justice to here. But just very quickly, so some of the first questions we asked were, about recognition. What do we recognize about environmental and climate issues in practice, in training, in education, in knowledge development? And so a lot of the participants really emphasized the convergence between the aims of social work and the need to take account of environmental and climate issues. Here on the screen, you see, it didn't come out as clearly as my version in front of me, but just a couple quotes from different participants in the different focus groups. I'm going to try to elaborate and give them some context. So if you want to read them, they are there. There's a few I might read, but I'm going to kind of stick to my notes and explain some of the context behind these quotes. I also translated the quotes quite quickly from French, so they might be a little awkward in places because I didn't have a lot of time. So some of the things that social work participants mentioned was this connection, the link between the individual and the environment, that social work is a part of an environment, is a part of communities, and that we aren't separate from the territory or the land or the family or the environment within which issues take place. And specifically, social workers talked a lot about how people that were the most vulnerable, this is not a surprise, it's in the literature, but they really brought up a lot of examples of recent climate events, like extreme climate events of, landslides, ice storms, flooding, tornadoes. And in these instances, especially the last several years in Quebec, we've had a lot of really big incidents. We've had big forest fires. We've had major flooding. We've had tornadoes that we've never had before, or anyway, not with the frequency that we have them with today. And the participants really talked about how people that are the most vulnerable with whom they work are the most affected by these extreme weather events and have the least amount of resources to be able to protect themselves, to be able to get by until the end of the month. There was talk about how we've had frequent ice storms and people lose their electricity for days, and what little food people have, they have to throw it out, and they don't have more income to be able to buy more food. So there was kind of this recognition that weather is becoming more extreme, there's bigger climate events, and people that are the poorest, that are the most vulnerable, people experiencing homelessness, for example, lose any kind of shelter that they have. So people are very much at risk from these extreme weather events. So there was kind of this recognition of kind of an intersectional lens. Participants would talk about intersectionality. Actually, they'd bring it up and they would talk about how people that are the most vulnerable, sometimes bringing up certain social categories of race, class, gender, and ableism, and talking about how people that were the most vulnerable suffered the worst consequences and had the least amount of resources with which to bounce back. So this is not new. We know this from the literature. but it creates a really vicious cycle of not being able to bounce back and to meet one's basic needs, right? So the also issues like environmental racism were brought up as well in these groups, so that there was inequitable exposure of racialized and poor communities to environmental risks. So people living in areas of the city, for instance, of Montreal as an example, in certain neighborhoods where there's the least amount of green space, where public transport is not well developed. So there was also this connection between, people's personal environments, how they could get by, and how they also had poor environmental conditions as well, or how there were often toxic waste dumps in certain communities. So social workers in these groups, whether they were practitioners, there's a lot of practitioners, or students or educators, really were making these links with kind of an intersectional lens. So that was very interesting to us. I'm going to keep going on my results here. Some perspectives on practice. So this was also very interesting that social workers were, also making connections and sharing practices that they probably didn't learn in a classroom, but were creative and were coming up with different initiatives in their work. And there was this several examples about how helping people they were accompanying in practice or helping in practice, often using the environment or nature to get closer to nature, to bring people closer to outdoor environments, sometimes using a nearby forest, sometimes going for a walk, to make connections for people and to actually carry out therapeutic work in these environments. So for instance, one person talked about how this whole idea of the environment as being external to us is not true. It's a part of us, and the closer we can bring people to natural environments, the more they will want to protect what they love. So if I have this close relationship with my environment, with nature, then I'm going to make every effort to kind of cultivate that relationship. People really talked about it like a relationship that they would have, and that they could also use in a therapeutic way. So that was quite interesting. So, for instance, one of the people here, she talks about having a richer connection to nature becomes both a means of intervention and a way of protecting nature. And especially for people who are often in vulnerable situations and don't have a lot of, access to outdoor parks or green spaces, that this could really go a long way in providing a sense of reconnection with obviously nature and the environment, but also themselves. So some of the social workers were actually developing practice in that sense. And the interesting part of that as well, and I think this is very true globally, I don't know about in Latin America, but at least in Canada, we're very much in an era of new public management and neoliberalism, where the work has become very siloed in social work. So programs are very much built around, a diagnosis and providing services for a certain diagnosis. And it's created a lot of silos between social workers themselves and the kind of work they carry out, as well as the kind of tools, evaluation tools, for instance, that are developed in those programs and that often really come from above into these practice situations. So some social workers would talk about the fact of having this closeness with nature and the environment and using outdoor spaces as a way to be therapeutic and to reconnect people was also a way to counter to push back against some of the silos that have been created, and the feeling of a loss of connection with one's own practice, or a loss of meaning. So there was a lot of discussion about how coming closer to and utilizing nature and being a part of it and recognizing those connections also could be really meaningful for people in a very kind of existential way, and make them feel that kind of reconnection. And yeah, so that was something that really came out very strongly in the research, and several times and in lots of different ways. So the next slide is about, it's along the same lines, but some of the obstacles currently to being able to green practice or to use environmental social work or eco-social or green social work practices, because the work has become so siloed, and specifically, and I would say, in certain areas of practice. So the areas of practice that are more specialized, often there's more of a kind of narrowing down of practice, or working on specific things with people that, you know, social workers are trying to serve and help. So some of these obstacles are really from a top-down management, a kind of neoliberal vision of practice, an accountability, a kind of rendering, or like a statistical way of looking at practice. Here in Quebec, as I'm sure in a lot of the world, you know, social workers have to keep certain statistics about the kind of work they're doing, how much time they're spending doing this or that, phone calls made or follow-ups. So there's really a tightening of controls on what social workers are doing. And so the idea of prevention thinking, working in a more global way, understanding complex phenomena, having a complex understanding of things, which is what social workers are really taught to think. Obviously, like we're not, you know, we try to think of people in the context in which they're in, with all the complexity and the nuance and the tensions that can arise in different situations. So part of the problem with practice, and this is specifically in public institutions at the moment, is the siloing and this narrowing down of social work practice means that the whole idea of prevention and thinking more globally about people's situations has really been put aside. And so here we have some social workers talking about working in very ultra specialized programs. Sometimes what we call here is the third line. So very, very specialized. And so, you know, social workers are responding to the very specific needs as prescribed by programs. And then without even realizing it, sometimes getting caught up and moving away from that very global understanding or complex understanding of social work practice. So anyway, social workers had a lot to reflect upon here in terms of the structures that don't allow for that thinking, and that when they're working in these situations, caregivers as well are often dealing with a lot of crises of their loved ones. And so having to think in more of a prevention way is not really possible in the moment. So see, these are some of the obstacles. I'm not being very specific, but there were a lot of examples about how currently public institutions aren't really allowing for this kind of thinking, prevention thinking, global approaches, and I would say liberty as well. So when I spoke about earlier, some social workers going for walks, going outside, going into forests with people they're working with, obviously some social workers could not really relate to those experiences because they didn't have that kind of liberty in their work. So very different degrees of autonomy in the workplace. I'm going to keep going. So in this slide, social workers are really making connections. There were educators and students as well, but I would say this was mostly from the social work practitioners that were talking about this relationship again, and how social work has really emerged in from modernist frameworks and from very anthropocentric frameworks, because we've been taught, and the knowledge base is around helping individuals, families, groups, and communities. And we've kind of perhaps moved away, forgotten about the importance of concepts of belonging to a territory, both like a social belonging, but also belonging to a certain living environment and in a certain community. And so some of the social workers talked about that it would be important to kind of reclaim these connections, because things have become so compartmentalized in practice and knowledge, and that it creates a lot of suffering because it creates a lot of disconnection for people. So there was really a lot of, I would say, a concept that kept coming back was around connection and reestablishing these connections and these ways of making meaning, making sense of things for people, in a very, again, like I said before, in quite an existential way, but to really provide opportunities to recreate these connections, to help give meaning, to make meaning for people, because some social workers mentioned that the separation of human beings from nature, or even human beings as being the center of all things living, is really creating a lot of suffering as well for individuals. So there was a lot of discussion about how to reclaim and remake these connections, that it's not, nature isn't something that is separate from us, but we are part of nature, nature is a part of us. So how can we encourage those kinds of links? I'm going to keep going here. So that's a very quick overview of some of the main results. I actually barely looked at my notes, so I was kind of just putting it in my own words here. But like I said, if anyone listening would like more information, you can just write to me and we can connect online. As I said too, we are reaching the end of this 2-year project. So we are actively thinking about what kinds of knowledge exchange activities we want to do. However, we have already presented we have already done a few presentations in different conferences, both internationally and nationally here at home. But we were thinking about, how we want to keep the conversation going and how we can help encourage the dialogue and, like I said, inspire what we hope is a paradigm shift. We heard in the focus groups there was a real need to have spaces for reflection, have spaces for sharing practices, inspirations. It was really quite wonderful, because people often make connections in the group and then continued to stay connected, to be able to share resources and share strategies, and even strategies, I would say, to reclaim some of the collective thinking and the collective work we do so well in social work. So to move away from more of the individual practice, individual work, to collectivize and mobilize and strategize, to push back and resist also some of the neoliberal tendencies and strategies and the suffering that's taking place in different practice milieus. So in response to that as well, this idea that social workers were really asking as well for communities of practice to kind of keep the work going and to have access to knowledge and transmit, mobilize some knowledge, but also just create the space for reflection and for sharing. We actually have a second project underway that's funded by our Institute of Public Health here. It's not just for social workers, it's for all social intervention practices. And we're going to be starting that in the fall, so the end of September, beginning of October. So building these communities of practice Largely, I would say too, I just wanted to also mention Heather Boeto's work, who was so influential, where she and colleagues put in place communities of practice models. And so inspired by her perspective, her eco-social perspective, eco-social framework, we are going to be putting some communities of practice in place in the fall. Again, though, the funding is for a period of, a year of communities of practice meeting monthly. Where we will go from there, I'm not sure, but it's a first project trying to put in some kind of structure so that social workers and other social practitioners can share what they know. And also we will provide, with guest speakers and information, some themes, some kind of common themes in this work that we think could be really valuable. So we are currently, we've sent out a questionnaire around the province to find out what people know about climate change. This project specifically about climate change and building resilience. So we have some preliminary themes, but we also want the groups, the communities of practice, to be co-constructed so that practitioners can arrive with their preoccupations and that we could kind of build a program over a year to respond to their preoccupations. So thank you very much. I realize I forgot to put my email in my PowerPoint. It's summer holidays here, so I got a little distracted, but I can put it in the chat if people want to catch out and reach out, sorry. And these are just some of the resources that, the bibliography that figured in some of the work. So I will stop my share screen.
Wow, you do a good presentation, so even with the bibliography. Wow.
Well, I try to, because these ideas are not my ideas. I mean, as a researcher, professor, we pick the things that interest us and we put them together in a framework. But there's so many wonderful, we're so lucky in social work because we have wonderful thinkers and there's so much work that's been done already. And that is why for us in Quebec, we want to be inspired by what's happening outside of Quebec as well. And of course, we also want to be inspired by what's happening here. But I think it has to be a dialogue. We have to mutually inspire one another to create change, right? It takes, and I think that's what's very hard in this work is climate change and climate justice. It's so big, it's so daunting.
Yes,
that you
and
can
people
feel,
didn't realize that what is going to happen in the future, right?
Yeah, I mean, so we have to be able to have these dialogues so that we can collectively support one another. Because if we, in social work, if we don't have hope, then we don't, what are we doing? We have to be able to still have some hope. So yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Thanks,
It's very interesting and important also, no? You start since the importance of the lands, no? What is happening with the lands now? The people is leaving their lands because companies are doing explore and exploitation. Even in my country, is in some areas are illegal, no illegal groups of people who destroy many hectares of the nature, and little by little is getting worse. And even in Brazil also, no. I think I heard you say that one of your research was in Brazil.
No.
No,
No, that wasn't me. That would be interesting.
Entonces, well, in Latin America, this is the problem with the land, no? With the indigenous community that live the lands, because the devastation, no? It get involves many things, no? Communities, natures, and global warming also, no? Because the nature protects us.
Yeah.
And what is our role?
Yeah, no, it's very similar. Well, it's similar. I don't know if it's similar, but us too. I mean, there's really big movements here, indigenous movements for, reclaiming land and reclaiming territory. And which I totally agree with. I don't think we can even talk about ecological and environmental social work without talking about self-determination and Indigenous right to land, because here in Canada, the people that are the most affected and that have been the worst treated in Canada are our Indigenous people. And so, like you're saying, Catalina, like exploitation, extractivism, the death of species, this is mostly happening in Indigenous lands, you know? So we have to connect those dots. A climate change, a climate justice movement also has to be like an Indigenous led, and I'm not an Indigenous person, you know, I'm a sixth generation Scottish settler, uninvited guest to to a small island in Prince Edward Island, and in Canada. So we have to connect those dots, and I think that's part of the work too. It didn't come out in our results as much as we would have liked, because as researchers we feel very strongly about that, but you know, we're following what people are saying. But when we talk about inspiring a paradigm shift, changing practices, changing training, changing, not, you know, like we have to connect those dots for, yeah, because the ecological movement and the decolonial movement are very intertwined, and the logics of extractivism, exploitation, dispossession, they're very similar, right? So
Yes,
yeah,
yes. Well, in
yeah,
different contexts, but the point is almost the same, no? It's talking about the indigenous communities and economical thing behind that also. And they
yeah,
don't care, they don't care what is going to happen with the global warming, with the climate, no, and everything. But our work is just promoting, no, the protection of the nature and this relationship with our nature too. So that I think that you are doing a good work with it. So I congratulate with all the things that you're doing, because I see you're very active with this subject. and
yeah.
and and that way of the focus group lets you is like more closer, not to get more information about a situation. No,
What's nice about focus group, I love doing focus groups, so I
it's better
also,
than the questionnaires. Do you think?
yeah, definitely. I really don't like questionnaires, even though we are doing one right now just to get things started. But for what's nice about focus groups, especially when we're talking about such a big issue or big issues, is that the participants share and they feed off each other and they provide support to one another. And it makes wonderful connections. After a focus group, often, you know, participants will share their email addresses and stay in touch. And it creates, it really is like starting a dialogue, you know, opening things up. And it provides also some, I think one of the problems with practice being so silo and compartmentalized is you feel very powerless sometimes to change, to affect, to feel like you have an impact on any kind of social issues. But when you're together, at least you can collectivize the thinking, you can share strategies, you can share practice tips, and it really can encourage. It has so many wonderful spin-off effects that
Yes, it's
yeah,
more rich.
yeah.
Yes. Well, some girls of the room have some questions. Any comments, girls? Talk. A ver, let's see. In this YouTube. Nancy, Lely, Sandra, maybe you speaking Spanish, I could translate to English. Don't worry. Huh? Yeah, just Nancy or Sandra, Vanessa, Leslie, Chicas, pueden hablarlo en español y yo lo convierto en inglés, lo traduzco al inglés. No se preocupen. ¿Mm? Quizás Sandra quiera hablar un poco. A ver, Sandra.
Yo no entiendo y no sé hablar español, pero entiendo muy bien español. eh, Inglés no sé hablar inglés.
I understood all that.
I don't speak English.
I don't.
I live in the Albufeira, Algarve, and lots of English. But now I don't live in the Albufeira and forget the English. Forget.
No problemo. I don't speak Spanish, mais
But
francés, anglais.
I
No, pero
understand.
puedes
I
hablarlo en
understand.
español, Sandra. Puedes hacer alguna consulta o un comentario, pregunta y te traduzco al inglés.
Yo entiendo el inglés, pero no hablo niente, nada, no sé hablar.
She said that she understands English but don't speak English.
Yeah, I was understanding that, and I
Yeah,
think
but most of them don't speak English, but try to understand the.
I wish I spoke Spanish. I really want to learn. I have to. I took Spanish in university, but too long ago, and I understand it quite a bit when you're speaking. I kind of catch it, but I no habla, doesn't
Yeah,
come out.
Vanessa, she's from Argentina. She say hi. She don't speak English. She understand a little English. But at least people is trying. Sorry.
You're very good. And I think, am I right, Carolina, that is it Ameline or Nancy? Somebody's presenting just after me about similar things in the Philippines.
Amelie, yes, she's from Philippines. Yeah.
Oh, that's so
Maybe if
interesting.
Amelie has any comment.
Maybe she's not there yet.
Are you there?
Sorry, I don't have comment. Un poco español. Hablas español un poco.
It's no problem. I wish you a good presentation, Ameline.
Yeah.
I can't stay, but I wish you a good presentation. Yeah.
Yeah, she's
Thank you.
the second time that she's with us. Last year we had a congress, and she has been with us. Now it's her second time. But too, we just continue talk, and maybe we could continue with our relationship with our organizations and try to help each other and support with the knowledge. And I could add a link of your organizations to my webpage, maybe for the people not in America could check it out, your
For sure.
work. So thank you so much, Sue.
Thank you.
For accepting me. We were just talking for the invitation. And
Thank you.
Let me
like
say hi
it.
and congratulations for your interview, for your presentation. People say congratulations in your presentations.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation, and have a wonderful week of presentations.
We
Enjoy.
still have some days until Saturday. Yes, all day long. Still, it's still the first day.
Well, have a wonderful evening, and thank you very much. And gracias.
To you for your time, for the work, because it's a time, and you give us a little space on your agenda.
Okay, bye.
Thank you so much, Sue. And
Bye.
now
Thank you.
we just say hi to Amelie, who is on the room. Is in the room. Oops, Amelie. Yay.
It is nighttime here.
Yes. What hour is what time
It is 12 in the evening now here, but it's okay.
Oh, 12 p.m.
Yes, 12 p.m.
Oh,
Yes, but it's okay.
Okay.
I'm happy to be here.
Yes, me too. Oh, you were
I wish
waiting so long. All day. You've been all day long here in the cars. Thank you, Emily.
I wish I can go to Latin America someday, because when I travel here, I always meet people who told me I come from Latin America.
Yeah, here in Peru, you know that I am here in Peru. Yeah, so you must visit me, pass over here some moment. So yeah, we're friends.
Yes, I hope one day I can have a chance to visit your country and some places in Latin America.
Okay, I will do a little presentation. A ver, un momento, I will check it out. Where is your? Aquí está. Okay, Amelie Laro is a social worker, educator, researcher, and gender advocate who has traveled extensively through the Philippines and has been a delegate to Kazakhstan, Canada, Hong Kong, Sri Lanka, South Korea, the United States, and Germany for her work on gender and women's issues. She specializes in issues concerning women and girls, as well as refuge and internal displacement. She's a Community Solutions Fellow through the U.S. Department of State and National Gender Trainer through the Korean Institute for Gender Equality Promotion and Education, and a fellow at the International Sustainable Academy in Hamburg, Germany. For her project Teach for Gender Equality, she previously founded the Advocacy in Women's Education and Empowerment Project, a capacity building leadership development project for young women social work students and professionals in the Philippines, Davao region. In 2019, she began the social work program at the Southern Philippines Agribusiness, Marine, and Aquatic School of Technology. She is frequently invited to give presentation as a resource person on gender-responsive case management, gender-sensitive handling violence against women, and creating safe space. She is Amelie Lara.
Hello, muchas gracias. Is it muchas gracias, or is it what do you call this?
It's okay.
Noche? Buenas
Buenas noches.
Yes, because
Still we are in afternoon,
okay. So buenos dias still in your country, yes?
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes. So here is buenas noche.
Yeah. Sí, porque
Okay.
Amelie está a las 12 de la noche. She's at 12 p.m. right now. Okay, here we go.
So I am thankful for this opportunity to share this piece of work I have written way back 2 years ago. It is now online, available online. You can check this online if you want to read the full paper I wrote this with my professor from the University of Southeastern Philippines, Professor Moses Torrentera. Excuse me. So he was an expert on environment, and out of the course, I took an environmental management course, and he asked me to write a paper that will link my work as a social worker with the environment. So I got interested in green social work, on eco social work. Sometimes they call it an eco social work or green social work, and I thought about how this will be practiced in my country, and so I link it with the context of protected areas in the Philippines, and then hopefully the study will provide an input to the curriculum development in the Philippine social work practice, because we do not have yet a lot of integration of social work, green social work in the Philippines. So it's also a new practice area in my country. So it's ironic that I presented this paper in Europe last year. Last year in International Federation of Social Work, and also in your conference now, in the global conference. But I've never presented this yet in the Philippines, because I did not have yet the chance to present it. I did some presentations, but not related to this topic, because as I've said, this is a new topic in the Philippines. Usually they ask me to talk about green social, gender equality, and something other related practice. But I started my advocacy on green social work practice when just to give you a brief background, when I started the social work program in the Southern Philippines, Agribusiness, Marine, and Aquatic School of Social Work. I started the social work program in 2019, and so I have a course in green social work practice. So this is actually a pioneering work. And so the course runs up to now. It's in 5 years, and some schools of social work also got interested to learn how to do the course. So they invited me to have some talk about the green social work practice, and so the work of this paper is mostly integrated to that different talks I have in some schools, which invited me to present. So I hope some schools in Latin America or interested to do some green social work practice can also learn from this presentation. So my talk is actually, first I will talk about concepts related to protected area from a global perspective in the Philippines. The concept of protected area is not only in the Philippines; it is a global discussion. And then I will talk about green social work practice a little, because I think there are several presenters today in the morning and also prior to this presentation who also discussed the concept itself. And I will dwell more on the conclusions and implications for curriculum development of the green social work practice. So what I did here in this paper is a rigorous literature review. It's a qualitative study which involves a review about the green social work practice across the globe, and also about protected areas in the Philippines. And then, so this is just like the methodology I presented here, and I will not dwell more, but it's more on reading a lot of articles, journals published related to these two important topics, which are green social work practice and protected areas. So when we think about protected areas of the world, we need to understand the concepts and the definition of protected area, and how globally it is understood, and also how it is understood in the context of the Philippines. So the global definition of protected area means that it's a clearly defined geographical space, recognized, dedicated, and managed through legal or other effective means to achieve a long-term conservation of nature with associated ecosystem, services, and cultural values. And when we speak of that, these keywords will always remind us, because we are not environmentalists, so we need to be aware the importance of protected areas in the context of the use of space, and how it is being recognized as protected areas, and how much effort is dedicated to it and how it is managed and what are the legal mandates related to protected areas. So I go more on discussion on the importance of the protected areas. It is very important and significant tools on how we conserve for biological diversity, and we should care for crucial. It is caring for these protected areas is crucial for sustainable development. So across the world, there are strategies given on how they protect their protected areas and they identified it clearly, and we know that protected areas have so many environmental benefits and also promote economic sources. So there are necessary objectives to meet when we say that there is a protected areas that we have to meet based on the Convention of Biological Diversity, as mandated. So I go more on the technical side of that. As I've said, I'm not an environmentalist, so I wrote this with a professor who is more um, expert in environment. But this is the consideration when we think in a layman's term how these protected areas had been managed. So these are the 6 management categories. So when we think about for scientific purposes, this is strict nature reserve. So in some countries, I think especially in European countries, they are very strict with their nature reserve, and there are clear distinctions of what are those areas that are nature reserve. And they also identified wilderness areas, national park, national monument, habitat species, for management areas, protected landscape, and protected areas with sustainable use or natural resource. So there are so many other considerations here that when we look into the environment, we need to identify so many things that requires conservation or that requires sustainable use of natural resource. So these things may not be a concern of a layman's person because we do not study more protected areas. But when we tend to focus on it, we tend to understand that there are several division of protected areas. So then I go to the benefits of protected area to humankind. I already mentioned earlier that it's critical tool to conserve biodiversity. It is essential to assuring healthy communities. It is essential to life that we protect our protected areas, and as well as critical to the many people on earth, especially the indigenous groups. My interest in this is actually inspired by a lot of indigenous groups who are enrolled also in our program. And since our college is located in mountain areas, and we have so many indigenous groups, and so many of them also needs a protection of their ancestral domains, as we so-called in the Philippines. Another is the earth species is a product of the million of years of evolution. And for example, the corals in the Philippines, as you can see in the photo, these are product of several years. And these protected areas act as life buffers and economic engines. So uh, protected areas is part actually of the global conservation, and it is part of the sustainable development goals. So you can see the different sustainable goals here. There are many goals which are related to protected areas management and conservation. So in the Philippines, it is essential because we are one of the major biodiverse hotspots in the world. If you visit the Philippines, you can see so many endemic species, and it has a lot of biodiversity. You can see here the Philippine eagle. It's a monkey-eating eagle, only found in the Philippines. And we have the tarsiers, a very small animal that you can also find in the Philippines, and several kinds of small fishes that which can only be found in the Philippines, and also the coral reefs. So understanding the concept of it is really crucial to our students, to the educators, and to the practitioners as well. So what happened here is that I tend to look into how policies for protected areas was conducted in the Philippines. So we have a policy in 1987 by the Department of Environment and Natural Resource, which looked into Philippine strategy for sustainable development. But if you look into the gap from 1987 a new policy was created in 1992, which took more than 5 years to look into another policy, which is called the National Integrated Protected Area System, or NIPAS Act of 1992, which is called a landmark piece of policy for environment. This is one of the sole policy before until it was expanded in 2018, which is called the Expanded National Integrated Protected Area System, which is signed by President Duterte in 2018. The importance of this policy is that it identified additional 100 protected areas. So you can see here some examples of in our map. We are 1,107 islands. And you can see that there are several areas here wherein we can find several species which should be protected, and the areas should also be considered a protected areas. So this is a highly somehow technical if you are not focused on this policy. But what I'm trying to point out here in this paper is that there's a limited what they call these policies that look into the protected areas in the Philippines. So then after that, I look into the definition of green social work and how it is connected with the context of protected area. So when we understand green social work, we know that it's an emerging approach in social work practice, focus more on ecological social work. We know that social workers focus more on individual groups and communities, but not on the physical environment. And the focus of green social work is moving towards the importance of the environment and how it affects the humans and their behavior. And it's more on looking to the macro to micro level. So ecological social work emphasizes significance of humanity and nature at the center of the education and practice of the social work curriculum. So many other definitions here, but if you tend to just analyze all of this, it is encouraging social workers to look beyond the individuals problems and concerns, but look at the environment and how the environment itself contributed to the problems of the individuals in terms of the use of space, in terms of using the environment, destruction of the environment, disaster, for example. I am reflecting on this context because I have a lot of exposure working with the disaster areas in the Philippines. I did some work related to protection support for disaster area way back in 2013 when we are hit by the typhoon Haiyan, and it cost 13,000 people to who died because of the disaster. And then we have so many disasters which are can be an indication that we do not have a good environment that will protect us, aside from the fact that we do not have a good programs that will help us during disaster times. So the importance of understanding the green social work is making me also understand like the role of social workers in helping the communities to promote environmental protection so that it is can help also the communities in times of disaster. So green social workers have to address structural social inequalities. They need to look into the problems of mining practices, especially those mining practices which are not following the standards of mining. And green social work is also a new paradigm or a paradigm shift in itself in addressing social problems, as well as in dealing with the negative consequences brought about by the environment, by the industrial society of mass consumption. There was a time in the Philippines that there is toxic wastes brought by first world countries to us, and it is kind of like making the Philippines like a garbage area for first world countries, and it is a concern on how the country itself could address that problem. So we have so many other environmental problems in the Philippines that I think can only be solved if we use green social work practice as a lens. So green social work points of view receives holistic, environmental friendly, and it is even transdisciplinary, relational, and political in itself. We have to understand that social workers should not only work with the person in environment, but also look into the environmental practices or the socioeconomic political settings which the humans are living or the humans, as Domenili mentioned, that this environment causes the human problems. And so our advocacy should not only be related to helping the individuals or helping their problems to be solved, but more than that, we also look into how this environment can sustain them for them to live a long life or a quality of life. So now I move into that kind of realization, reading to so many journals, lead me to make an assessment that the intervention of social work in the Philippines is so generalist in itself, but it lacked a framework on how to look at the clients on an macro perspective, and even there is no integration of environmental practice of social work. Social workers then must play an active role in the protection of the ecosystem, which can be a source of livelihood. For instance, what you can see in the photo is an indigenous group in the Philippines. It can be found in my island, Mindanao. We have three major islands in the Philippines: Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. And in Mindanao, we have so many tribes as well. Mostly in the Philippines, there are many tribes, but in the Mindanao, we have so many tribes, and we allow them to showcase their indigenous practices during what we so call the Kadayawan Festival, or the Festival of the Harvest. Now, aside from that celebration of dances, of culture, and so many other things, it is important that social workers also need to realize how this group of individuals can be protected, or be stewards of environmental protection, because they are the one close to the environment, or they live close to the environment. So interventions towards the problems of individual can also be more addressed by looking into green social work as a practice, not just the generalist framework or what we have learned as social workers. Commonly in social work in the Philippines, we use the clinical setting sometimes. We use working with cases, group work, and community organization. But we do not have much lens on how we look into environmental protection or sustainability, or so many other concepts in environment that can help our clients. And that is what I am trying to dissect here, or to inculcate here, that we should do something or change our paradigm. We say paradigm shift in our practice. So now I will move on to conclusions and implications for curriculum development. If you are interested to read more about that part, you can find the full paper in the research gate. So my conclusions into this paper is that there's a need for applying green social work practice lens in improving the conditions. Specifically, I'm talking about the protected areas, because we have so many protected areas which no longer can be considered protected areas, because some of them are hit by a disaster, or some of them are into mining. Some corporations have mining practices in those areas, so we need to look into that condition. And this is actually a practice. Green social work practice is a good way, because I wrote this after COVID-19. So this is part of building a better world for after COVID-19, a new strategy after COVID-19. And we need to realize that problems in the natural environment can mean problems more to people. If we do not protect the environment or the source of our food security, then we might as well suffer the same thing. It is interesting for me because I've traveled so much, mostly across some other countries. Specifically, I travel mostly in Europe, and I saw that in Europe, they use a lot of their spaces for green practice. I mean, green living. They have green spaces. They use it, and their people have protected it. But in a country which is supposed to be tropical, and we do not have winter, we do not have such kind of consciousness sometimes. There's a need for us to um, reflect more on our environmental management in environmental practices. Because, for example, in some cities in the Philippines, talking most specifically more Manila, it is very polluted, and you can see that the problems of pollution really causes problems on health, and of course, causes the problems of health will also cause problems of livelihood, and so on and so forth. So So many things to reflect on, that the problems in environment really and clearly affected the human psychosocial functioning. So another conclusion and implication of this paper is that to think that environmental problems and challenges requires a transdisciplinary and multi-stakeholder approach, and that social workers cannot do this alone. And I am talking about here the importance of working with other professionals, that social workers need to have more knowledge of environmental protection and gain knowledge from other professionals, because we have limited knowledge about environment. And there's a need for more information drive about expansion of the integrated protection act law for NIPAS or the NIPAS Act, and the level of participation and engagement to address the problems with protected areas. And hopefully, there will be integration of topics about protected areas in the Philippine curriculum of social work, specifically about green social work practice, and hopefully it will prepare future social workers for their role, which include their participation in the protected area and ecosystem management. For this, I'm talking about in some countries, not the Philippines. I have met, when I was working in Kazakhstan, some social workers who are working as social workers in the environment, or the ecosystem manager, as they so called, which is, I think, interesting for social workers' role to be added to so many roles of a social worker. And I think it is more applicable in the Philippines, knowing that we have so many areas that need an ecosystem management or ecosystem manager. So furthermore, I move on to hopefully we can create a core group of teachers, educators who will teach about protected areas in the state colleges and green social work practice. And hopefully I can collaborate more with the National Association of Social Work, which is the primary arm of social work education in the Philippines. Since this is just a new idea, and I am happy that some schools started to be interested with the topic. And so I have some alliance and a core group building. So I started working with some of them. And hopefully there will be collaboration with higher educational institutions and Department of Social Welfare and Department of Environment and the Department of Education and state colleges and universities with the National Association of Social Work to discuss about the importance of this topic towards biodiversity in the Philippines. And finally, I am thinking about integrating green social work practice in the ethical social work practice in the Philippines, because our ethical practice right now, the ethics we're talking about is more on working with colleagues, working with clients, but we do not consider that social workers are important also, or they play important, significant roles in sustainable development goals and protecting the environment. So these are like things still in a pipeline. They are still moving. For me, I always say that in this kind of work, this is a pioneering work for me. And so when I talk about this, I think I still need to talk more about it to some people and even engage more with them, how it is really in practice. But I'm happy that some people are interested to learn or to know about the topic, and I know that since these are seeds of ideas, so these are not uh, will not stay in me alone, that I have to share it, and some people can build from it and they can move forward or do something about these ideas. And I believe that there are more people who are in position to do more the ideas that are written in here, because these are just concepts from the review that I took during this paper. So yeah, these are things. Hopefully, I am sharing it to you, and thank you so much. And so you can read the full paper. It is in ResearchGate. These are some of the things that I talk about. Maybe I did not fully explain all of the technical side. You can read it in the paper that I wrote with Dr. Moises Torrentera. So thank you so much. So that will be all my presentation, and thank you for inviting me into this forum. I am glad to share and be of service to social workers, not only from my country but across the globe. So we say in the Philippines, normally the most important Filipino word is mabuhay, which is long live. So long live CAPA. Thank you. I am done.
Yes. Thank you, Amelie. As always, it's very interesting to hear you. And now we use this topic, no? Last year was another one. Each
Yes.
you surprise us.
It is gender equality last time, and yeah, this one is another for the environment.
Yes, 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 yes. And you touch many things that is real, no? It's happening in many countries. In my country, as I was telling to Sue in the last panel, that the nature is just reducing, no? And the communities too, no? Because it's their house, it's their land, their house, no? And the communities, the people who protect those areas, but but are um, forced to leave, no?
True.
The
Yes.
lands and all these things. And it's important not to value the cultures. No, in Peru we have many dialects on our forest. We have many indigenous communities.
Yes, globally it is really a problem. And when I was here last June, I attended the Eco Social Work in Rotterdam. Rotterdam Applied Sciences, they pioneered green social work practice in Rotterdam. And if you can see how they work with communities and helping communities gain money from the environment, or they are more sustainable in terms of livelihood, it's very interesting. My reflection is that first world countries, they took care much of their environment, but countries which are supposed to take care of their environment, I mean, they didn't do not have such consciousness, and it's, for me, it's quite sad because we have a beautiful country. The thing is, we do not have such consciousness. So some of our islands, which are not inhabited yet, you have supposed to be protected, and we should be more proactive on what we need to do. And this is quite problematic because we have so many indigenous people, and some of them are uneducated, and they're also not aware that they can get a lot of resource from the environment. So social workers usually work with the indigenous people in my country, but it's not more, the consciousness is not more on green social work. It's still more on looking at the problem side. They are more looking into the what do you call this, the person with a problem, but not on looking into a level wherein there is an environment that can help the individual or can sustain the individual, like in terms of livelihood. If the environment is good, it can be a good area for ecotourism. It can be a source of livelihood. So it's just really challenging how it's put into practice. And as I've said, so many social workers still boxed on that clinical or the old style of practice. So this is still something that we need to discuss, because this is a paradigm shift for them. It may not be yet interesting for them, and change is sometimes difficult for people to manage. So it may take some time to subside. What are these concepts? How can I say, to internalize, for them to internalize the importance of it.
Yes. Well, in my country, protect an area as we have is a lot of budget, o sea, a big budget, no, and sometimes we don't have, and our borders are not so good, so the people just cross. Eh, we had many illegal activities on board. And
Yes.
the disaster, I think, is more in Brazil than Peru.
Well, we have more disasters too. Like in our country, like we always have typhoon, we have earthquake, and I think because the environment is very vulnerable, if it will
Yes.
hit by a typhoon, it's easy that it will landslide or some other after post effects after the typhoon. So it's crucial, and yeah, it's kind of like a big work to do, and a lot of people are involved, and some values that needs to be changed, and these are
Yes.
very challenging
We
time.
need a lot. And what do you think will be the role or the function of a social worker on this situation?
Yeah, so I am talking more of like putting the green social work idea or practice in the curriculum. So from the time they are in the, which we started in Southern Philippines school, agribusiness. My school has a long name, Southern Philippines SPAMAS, we say SPAMAS. We started that in a curriculum in that school because we are state college, so we can develop our own subject. So this is actually a new subject that we taught in that college, and I am sharing the idea with other state colleges in the Philippines that they may also have their own subject like this, which is more focusing on preparing social workers on helping their clients to understand the importance of the environment and look into several environmental practices and policies and their assessment, which is very interesting. When I taught these subjects already for 3 times because I started it, I asked my students to go to communities and track or research about environmental practices, or to look into the different areas which need environmental protection. So we have a lot of collected so many videos or so many research topics about the problems in environment, and they themselves reflected that there is a need to help the community understand about environmental protection like that, and actually that is only the base of their practice, because the topic green social work is connected to other practice like project management. When we do they make projects, it is more related to environment sustainability, and then when they do the training, it's also related to environment. So it's kind of like how can I say, interesting subject that they go through. But since I just started it, so for me, I am also interested to conduct a research on the impact of it, of the subject itself, to the students who will practice it in the future, because that is a different thing. But teaching the subject itself is something that makes me feel like I did a little in this world. Like I did something to help our environment, because the environment does not speak for itself. Like it cannot speak, it cannot speak anything for itself. So it's the humans who will be speaking about the context of the environment. So that's how I see it. And some of our students with that kind of consciousness, they are also more proactive and also helping us in our advocacy. So I am happy to see that as a development of what we started in that college, and some schools and universities in the Philippines which in it are interested to learn. So I also talk about the topic in the Philippines about this, and so I'm happy to see that it's building up a little, although few steps, but more people are gaining more knowledge and appreciation of what can we do. Yeah.
Tell me, this curriculum, are you talking me about the courses on the curriculum at the university or at
Yes.
schools too?
In the university. It is in the university. We taught this in the university.
Yeah.
Green Social Work
In
101.
which year? Starting at the ending or is elective?
It is an elective course. We have it in the second year. It's an elective
Yeah, that's
subject.
so cool. This so nice. I really
Yeah.
I would like apply to this course. Is possible, please? I'd like to have this.
But it is for those who are enrolled in our college. But maybe we can have a training like green social work, something like that. Yes, it is a available course. But because the thing is, our college is we do not have yet online courses for outside. So that is why. But that is why I'm interested. I told you before when I have a first talk with you that I like pioneering work, like trailblazing work. So that makes me interested in it. And because this one is first pioneered by Dominelli and I think Rotterdam also, and later other. So it's more popular in the Europe. Actually, green social work, eco social is more popular in Europe than ASEAN countries. I don't know in your country, but in our country, it's not yet as popular, and that's
Well,
why I said.
you know that it's not popular, but I think that it's so important, you know. O sea que we don't have this course, and I know how big is that problem in the Amazon, and we don't have social workers in doing practice in Amazonia. I seen many Brazilians social workers, but Peruvian I haven't seen yet. No,
Yeah, it is interesting.
the methodology that you said, yeah, we need to talk about that.
Yeah, we just started it. It's only a 3 units course. We offer that course, Green Social Work as an elective. We also offer disaster management in social work because we have a law in the Philippines on disaster management, which really requires social workers to work with disaster. But
Which kind of disaster?
all like we have floods, earthquake,
We have
even
here in Lima, most of them is earthquakes. No, not now, not so much, but any moment don't could ever happen. So we need
yeah,
to.
we are like in the ring of fire. So like Indonesia, so we are in the ring of fire. So we are usually affected by earthquake. So yeah, this is the partner, like a partner course, because we can appreciate more the green social work when we understand that there is disaster. So these are the three courses when I started the program that I pioneered in that school to like elective and also gender and social work. So that's why I said I like trailblazing.
Look, here we have comments. Sandra is from Portugal. That is here. She say, unlike the speakers, but in Portugal it's time to sleep. Así que, I'm leaving. Thank you all, especially Carly and Capa. See you tomorrow. And this today was so rich for sharing hugs from Portugal. And Leslie say interesting subject presentation that the contamination is a world problem. The social workers should get involved more on this subject.
Yeah.
Hugs to Philippines.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, the people agree, no, that is really is a big problem that is affecting to our climate, to this global warming too. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to do, but that's why for me I said it's we just started the seeds because there's so many things we need to do, and we cannot do it alone. So
Carla Pereira from Portugal say see you tomorrow because they are going to bed to
yeah, we have
sleep.
the same time here. Like also I told you it's already nighttime here.
Oh, really, really? Yes, you're right. You're very.
But it's okay.
Oh, you
I
should
I, I
very tired because you are all day long here with me, accompanying
no,
me.
no, it's okay. It's okay. I still have some energy, so energy reserve.
A ver, let's see. A ver, Leslie, any question? ¿Alguna pregunta más? Leslie, Carla, ¿alguna pregunta para Amelie? Bueno, el comentario estuvo muy bien, sí. Vamos a ver en YouTube. ¿Qué dice? No, a ver. Es un poco tarde aquí. Sí, pues, yes. It's a bit late, say Carla.
It's okay, it's okay. Understood.
Well, maybe, thank you so much. What I can say, yeah, it's extraordinary. All day long, you being with, listening all the speakers, no?
Yeah, trying to find something new from the speakers today. So I open it because yeah, I am trying, and I'm glad that I connected to some of the presenters. So
Yes.
yeah, I make most of the learning time.
Yeah, because each of one has a little thing that you speak just now, no? It's like increase your knowledge also. We'll continue, Carla. But it is wonderful the way we march all over the world. This is social work. Thank you, Carla. Thank you. Well,
Thank you.
our next guest is Bernard, but Bernard, I had a record of him because we had a session and I record him. So I would like to put his video, and I would like that you tell me if it's possible that we saw him. A ver, vamos a ver.
Okay, thank you. So good
Sí,
night.
pero don't go yet. I like that you help me a little to see if
Okay.
if the video works. Espérate, wait. You did quickly, huh? You have a lot of information, but you do fast. You're wrong, I think. Just that. Wow. Well, first.
He did some video record.
Yes, este
Okay.
es a video record. A ver. I will check. Can you see?
Yes, yes.
Let's see.
Good morning.
Could you hear?
Yes.
Yeah.
But it doesn't show like the full video.
No?
No, not the full video, only
Little one?
small box.
Oh, a ver.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon.
Now he's visible.
Now, yes, it's all screen. Ay, good.
You can play it and we sleep. Joke.
Yeah, but first I must to introduce him. It's because the schedules, the times, no, he could in the morning.
Yeah, I think he's working full time. Me, I do not work. I sleep and then I wake up.
Sure. A ver, entonces, yeah. Our friend Bernard Mariaca has trained and has extensively practiced in Kenya He's a professional. Oh, I am sharing?
No,
No, I'm not sharing.
you are sharing him, but you are not able to play.
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you, yeah. Bernard Mayaka has trained and has extensively practiced in Kenya. He's a professional with deep commitment to promoting the valuable insights of indigenous community, where he plays a pivotal role in championing the integration of indigenous knowledge system into contemporary social work practice from Afrocentric lens, Ubuntu. This aligns perfectly with the 2014 International Definition of Social Work, which emphasized the importance of embracing diverse perspectives and approaches. Mayaka's expertise extends beyond the International Federation of Social Workers, where he is working at the Secretariat. He's an active member of the Ubuntu research group, actively involved in researching, educating, and advocating for the application of Ubuntu philosophy in social work. He is currently teaching international social work at Han University of Applied Science in the Netherlands. Okay, now we yes see a ver now.
Good morning.
There is no audio. You cannot hear him.
No, can you hear? No.
No, you cannot hear him.
Oh, y ahora es... A ver, un momento. A ver, let's try now. A ver.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon
Now.
to everyone present here.
Yes, it's working now.
Inviting me to this wonderful congress
Okay,
and conference.
thank you.
I'm Mayaka Bernard from Kenya, where I'm sharing this presentation from. And it is wonderful to share the perspectives of social work in regards to clinical social work, incorporating indigenous perspectives and values, where I will be speaking from the Ubuntu point of view. Most of us have heard about Ubuntu, and it might be injustice for me to begin describing Ubuntu again. However, I will just say it is a philosophy that emanates from Africa, which emphasizes our interconnectedness and shared humanity. It reminds us to approach social work with a deep respect to diversity and a commitment to a commitment to putting people at the center of care and the center of every service that we render. Throughout this presentation, I will try to delve as much as possible into the core values of Ubuntu and explore how they can inform an informative way towards transformative approaches in social work practice within clinical care and clinical service. Generally, I will say that Ubuntu will brings or incorporates an important perspective of people-centered in clinical practice. So this is very helpful in very many ways. As I already mentioned, I might not able to exclusively and descriptively give the context and perspectives of Ubuntu. However, I would like to have a moment for all of us to probably review and just reflect, thinking, what is Ubuntu? Well, thank you all. And I think we will be able to have more moments to reflect and try to connect with this. However, in Ubuntu, I will try to present that we all know the definition or the translation. I am because we are. However, there are very many ways that we can present the same translation, which is a person is a person through the other people. We are interconnected and we are interdependent. And Ubuntu emanates, as I mentioned earlier, emanates from Africa, particularly South African region, where our brother and our great elder, Nelson Mandela, really, what is the term? Advocated and expounded on it, that it became so prominent. And today it brings very many values into social work practice and other professions where social humanity and relationship is key. And in this case, therefore, I might give examples of some aspects of the values of Ubuntu, which, first of all, I said, respect and interconnectedness of human. Then there is another aspect of humanity, where we approach each person as a human, regardless of where they come from, gender, race, religion. It doesn't matter. We are all human. And Ubuntu itself emphasizes on compassion, empathy. Our brother Jablani Nkosasi explains this in detail. Then shared humanity, where a person is a person through the other people. Respect is another value of Ubuntu, where our colleague Molefi Asante describes this in detail. Other aspects of Ubuntu that are key is dignity, solidarity, sharing, social justice, communication or communitarianism, responsibility, reciprocity. All these are very important, and I might summarize by saying Ubuntu is much more than just a philosophy, as it is seen out there in the world. It's a way of life, deep-rooted in African thoughts, systems, and its core lies the beliefs that we are all fundamentally connected. Therefore, once humanity is intrinsically linked to well-being of others, this interconnectedness fosters a sense of responsibility for one another's well-being. As a social worker, we should be able to think of embracing this further, because it connects with values of and principles of social work, where we can see compassion, respect, dignity, solidarity, sharing, caring, social justice. All these are principles that are available in social work practice and profession itself. Therefore, Ubuntu allows us to build stronger relationship with clients, just as it focuses on the well-being of every member in the community. From several African scholars, such as Jablani Ngozi, Molefi Asante, currently we have our brother Rugare, who are among the people that are advocating for Ubuntu. Fortunately, we appreciate the International Federation for taking part in ensuring that we adopted the Ubuntu as one of the global agenda, and 2023, Ubuntu became the theme for a World Social Work Day. This shows the importance that Ubuntu brings into the profession, and we could also see there are other very many publications that have come up today globally, not only from Africa, but also from the rest of Africa, the rest of the world, sorry. Ubuntu forms the bedrock of livelihood amongst Africans, and it compels us to recognize the inherent dignity and worth of every person, regardless of their background and circumstances. And compassion, which connects with Ubuntu, translates to having humanity for others. It urges us to extend empathy and care for those who are struggling. Communalism, which is also an aspect that I've already highlighted earlier, we are all interconnected. So there's no way you will be able to survive without looking at our well-being. Our well-being is completely intertwined with the well-being of every member that we work with or we relate with in the society. Social responsibility also promotes the well-being of the collectivity of every member in the society. And lastly, I would say that dignity, without dignity, there's no way we can be able to underscore the principle of upholding the inherent worth and respect for all people around us and every person that we interact with in the society. Ubuntu in social work practice brings the aspect of person-centered, where it aligns with the core social work principles, which I already mentioned earlier. The principles of Ubuntu resonates deeply with the core values of social work profession by building stronger therapeutic relationships based on empathy and human connection. As emphasized by Jablani, as mentioned earlier, we create a safe space for service to humanity, promotes social justice, and upholds the inherent dignity and worth of people. So we as social workers recognize the importance of fostering strong relationships with clients and acknowledge the strength and resilience found in diversity. Most of the times I always inform my students that if the world was all equal, then it would be a very boring place to live in, because diversity brings the beauty that exists today. And therefore, we as human beings need to learn how to live in harmony with each one, because this is what we are called for. And we social workers have a big role in promoting acceptance and embracing of diversity. We are glad that the global social work bodies have embraced the indigenous values, and this is why we can see that indigenous philosophies are being promoted at the professional level globally. Therefore, we can see that Ubuntu provides a powerful framework for enriching social work practice all over the world today. One of the aspects that I probably would like to look into, where Ubuntu could be and is already playing a role, is cultural sensitivity, particularly when it comes to assessment in a clinical social work. I will say that cultural sensitivity, we all know, is crucial for every social work practice, particularly when working with a diverse population, which is the case that we are working now. And this is why we are coming here to share these knowledges and experiences, so that we see how can we integrate all these values and perspectives into our daily practice. Ubuntu explores how the African lives live and how people interact in different multicultural settings that exist in every African state, where we have different ethnicities living together. And therefore, when we live together as a state, it doesn't matter your religion, your education status, your social status, your economic status, we all work and live together. So This also could be a value that we as professionals can be able to emphasize on more, that people are more important, and people-centered clinical social work is key also in ensuring that we enrich the population by meeting their needs at their point of need. The core tenets of Ubuntu and their practical application is in conducting assessment emphasizes being respectful, focusing on strength-based approaches, and ultimately leading to a better outcome for clients at all times that we interact with them. And Ubuntu forms this basis because of the nature that human people have to understand that we are interconnected, we are interdependent, and humanity is the key at this all throughout the process. For any community to grow, we have to ensure that we live together as a community. And here are some of the points that I would like to emphasize on, which I think if I speak more of it, but it would be sort of a repetition, but allow me to go again through this. Communalism. Ubuntu emphasizes the importance of community and social support. Social workers can utilize an ecological framework considering the client's family, social networks, and cultural context during assessment, also putting into context the environment that the practitioner is in, as well as the client that they are working with. I already talked about respect, but I will say that again, that respect promotes valuing and dignifying every person that you interact with, regardless of who they are. And this will emphasize on cultural sensitivity in all forms of practice. And when we talk of dignity itself, it inherently dignifies every person. The assessment should be conducted in a way that we end up empowering clients and validates their life experience regardless of the challenge that they are facing at that very particular moment. This leads to us as professionals accepting, just as Ubuntu encourages acceptance of individuals and their cultural background. Social workers should avoid ethnocentrism, colorism, religionism, and all these aspects that we can come up with, but recognize the strength inherent in every diverse culture that exists in this world, and each person that comes should be able to contribute in a way to empower the society that we are living in. And Ubuntu also emphasizes on sharing resources and supporting each other. We can be able to utilize an asset-based approach in identifying clients' strengths and resources within their community. Therefore, be able to meet them at their point of need, rather than we focusing on mostly the always call it a mechanization of social work. We end up just following the procedures that are set by the state or the agency that we're working with, and not meeting the people that we're working with at their level. We ought to remember that social work is all about relationship, particularly the people that we interact with. So Ubuntu principles can be able to inform us in some ways in practice for conducting cultural sensitive assessment, whereby we end up learning to become or to develop cultural competence skills. And I will try to explain a little bit by saying that social workers should engage in ongoing learning and self-reflection, regardless of cultural competence. One of these days, a few days ago, I was discussing with my students. We always talk about social workers have to be able to practice non-judgmentally, but there are a lot of scholars out there these days that we say there is no such concept of non-judgmental, because we are all judgmental following our background, how we were brought up and all that. So what is important for us as professionals is to recognize that we are judgmental, and therefore, when we get into the context, we have to try as much as possible to do away with our judgment and allow the client to be able to lead in the process. So putting the client at the center is key and important in all this process. Building rapport and trust is another aspect that is key, particularly looking at how Ubuntu emphasizes trust and being crucial, especially with clients from unfamiliar background. Social workers can use active listening, open-ended questions, and cultural appropriate nonverbal communication to be able to meet the clients at their point of need. And this, therefore, will end up building on culturally validated tools like cultural, well, I think that point, I might be able to repeat the previous point, that being active listener and or ensuring that the client is always at the lead. Sorry for that. What the other key point that I probably could bring on board is collaboration with community is key, and this is where now Ubuntu plays a key role. When we practice in clinical service, particularly, we are working to ensure that at the end of the service, the client is able to reintegrate back to the society effectively and become not only become a member of the society, but they are empowered to be the best version of themselves. In this case, therefore, community or the network that exists within this client that we are interacting with is very important to be involved at all stages to ensure that the client gets the best support. When they get to that point that they have to go back to the society, then they can be able to integrate effectively. And therefore, communalism is key, or the relationship or the network that the client has is very important for this aspect. How can Ubuntu best inform assessment? Probably by integrating Ubuntu principles in social work, clinical social work, we are able to increase client engagement, which is key, as we all know in particularly clinical social workers, that clients should be able to lead, and we have to learn to trust them at their very moment, because that is the person that we're working with. So when we increase the engagement of giving the client or the autonomy, actually, then the client feels respected, understood, and empowered to participate actively in the assessment, and not only in the assessment, but in the whole process of counseling. And therefore, this is key for ensuring sustainability of any process that the client undergoes through. Then cultural specific issues are always tackled respectively, and social workers identify these factors that may probably hinder or impact the well-being of the client, therefore meeting them at their point of need. Then cultural responsive interventions, which the response to my previous point, that after effectively identifying what could be hindering, then you come up with the best interventions that fit that exact challenge that exists, and promote the well-being of the client by empowering them to utilize what is readily available and around them. The other point I think that is key is social justice, where Ubuntu informed assessment contributes to social justice by recognizing and valuing the strengths and the experience of or diverse experiences of every member within their community and in that environment that they're in. In a nutshell, Ubuntu offers a powerful framework for cultural sensitive assessment in social work. And by embracing its core values like community, respect, and dignity, social workers can conduct assessments that are strength-based, collaborative, ultimately leading to improved client outcomes. Through continuous learning and self-reflection, social workers can cultivate cultural competence and utilize Ubuntu principles to promote equity and justice within the field of social work practice throughout the process. To this point, I think there's one point that I need to emphasize as well, and Ubuntu promotes holistic well-being throughout the relationship that you're working with a client. And within the landscape of social work practice, the concept of holistic well-being holds significant weight. It transcends the treatment of isolated symptoms and encourages multi-dimensional approaches to individuals and communal health. This perspective aligns beautifully with the core tenets of Ubuntu and African philosophy, emphasizing interconnectedness and shared humanity. The concept of holistic well-being in Ubuntu offers valuable insight for people-centered clinical social work practice. And when we talk of when we talk of holistic approach and holistic well-being, then we have to look at all aspects that make a human being a human. And this is a social, economic, mental, spiritual environment, and all these that we can be able to think of. And when we look at that, then we have to reflect clearly and look at what does it mean, particularly when it comes to holistic well-being, and how can then this be beneficial to social work practice when working with clients in clinical practice. When holistic well-being informed by Ubuntu acknowledges the interplay between various dimensions of human experiences. These dimensions can be broadly categorized as one, physical well-being, which we all know that if I'm not well in terms of healthy dietary choices, regular exercise, and access to quality healthcare, from an Ubuntu perspective, social work practice should advocate for policies that promote community access to these resources, ensuring the collective well-being of all members in the society at all points, at all times. Then there's aspect of mental and emotional well-being, where Ubuntu emphasizes the importance of social connection and belonging. Social work profession informed by these principles can create space for open communication, fostering sense of community and reducing feelings of isolation, which can significantly impact the mental and emotional well-being of our clients. Even we as professionals are affected in some way throughout our lives. And then there's the spiritual well-being, where Ubuntu recognizes the significance of finding meaning and purpose in life. And sometimes when I share about the spiritual well-being, I always have to clarify or remind ourselves that we have to differentiate between spirituality and religiosity, because these are two different concepts. So spirituality simply means that having a sense of life or purpose in life and believing in something. It doesn't matter what you believe in, but what is key is for us to be able to recognize that humanity per se always has a sense of belonging or a purpose, believing in a specific purpose in life. So social work practice can incorporate cultural and spiritual traditions into the helping process, drawing on inherent strengths and support system within the community itself based on the spiritual aspect of the client that we're working with. And this point is heavily discussed by Asante's publication in 2009. Ubuntu in action, particularly focusing on holistic approach. So social workers drawing on the wisdom of Ubuntu can employ various strengths to promote holistic well-being in their practice. One could be organizing community events, support groups, and mentorship programs to foster a sense of belonging and mutual support. Well, I might be asked, how can this work in the Western world, per se? We still have to look at it from every context that regardless of working with a client, we can be able to ensure that the community that the client comes from is involved in any way, because even in the West, people have family, they have friends, and this is the network that is very important to ensure that the client is well catered for and supported throughout the process of their recovery. And then we could also say that to develop an understanding of diverse cultural practices and integrate them into the interventions when appropriate. This acknowledges the unique strengths and resources present within each community, as explained by Jackson in 2001, that we have to ensure that we use the asset or strength-based approach or asset-based approach, whereby we look at what already exists rather than what is missing in the community or in this client that we're working with. And when we are able to recognize that, oh, the client has some resilience in a specific area, then how can we amplify this to ensure that the client is able to utilize the strengths that they have to be able to recover effectively? And this promotes sustainability in terms of the recovery process. Then we also have another point that I might raise, the promotion of client participation and as well as community or the relationship, and particularly or maybe the network that exists within the client in decision-making process, enabling individuals to advocate for their own and their community's well-being. This aligns effectively with the Ubuntu principles of shared responsibility, as described by Mbebe in 2007, as well as Rugare in his recent publication. Generally, we can say that by embracing the philosophy of Ubuntu in social work practice, we can be able to cultivate a holistic approach that addresses the multifaceted needs of individuals within the context of their community. These perspectives foster resiliency, promotes mental and emotional well-being, and ultimately contributes to a more just and equitable society. As we strive for innovation and transformation in social work, let us remember that the profound words of Mandela, no one is born hating one another because of the color of their skin, or because of their background, or because of their religion. People must learn to hate. Just as we can be able to learn to hate, then we should be able to learn to love. We can be able to teach people to love themselves and love each other more naturally, so that we have a heart that is attracting each other, not the opposite of where a heart of hatred. It is important for us to think of how then can we live in harmony and work together as a people to empower each member in the society to ensure that we are able to achieve a well-being that is sustainable. Look at the world that we're living in today. The politics globally is moving to the right. There's the gap between the rich and the poor is widening day in, day out. And with the technology, social workers have to take responsibility in this aspect, because we are left behind. We are always running to catch up with technology. And if we are able to be involved in the process from the beginning to the end, then we are able to emphasize the aspect of ethical practices and ethical responsibility of the big companies. And we as professionals also need to take part in being ethically recording and ensuring that we empower the people that we work with throughout the process. Therefore, I will summarize by saying that the frontier of social work beckons us to explore innovative approaches. This transformative lies in the new, but not only in the new, but in the indigenous knowledge and wisdoms like Ubuntu, Buen Vivir, Buddha, and the rest. this philosophy, with its core values of a person is a person through the other person, beautifully aligns with the people-centered clinical social work and social work practice in general. We have to look at all these aspects and explore how we can be able to integrate them effectively in our daily practice, so that we are able to foster deeper connection, amplifying clients' resources and power, leading to empowering them, and ultimately transforming not only the social work landscape, but transforming the world that we are living in today. This is my wish, and for all that have questions, I will request that we share the question and we'll answer them later. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Bernard. We will have a break until 7 p.m. Vamos a tener un break hasta las 7 de la noche. Ahorita son las 6:20. Entonces, lo voy a dejar abierto. A las 7 de la noche nos vamos a reencontrar. Ahorita tenemos un break. Ya, a las 7 regresamos. Ya, con otro ponente. Ok, lo dejo abierto de todas maneras para que no perdamos el enlace. Ok, ya, gracias.
just to check if I'm audible on your side. Good morning on my side. Good evening on your side.
Hi, hi. Mm. Oof.
All right. I see that my light is not good. How is it now?
A little better, maybe if you move a little more.
If I move like that.
I think.
Okay. Alternatively, let me try and change. No, I think this will be better. Yes. All right. It's been a long day for you.
You send me your brief resume in Gmail or WhatsApp or
My resume. I think I did not. Let me quickly check here.
in Facebook, I think.
No, let me quickly check.
I remember that you sent me.
Mhm.
I know now I don't know where I did.
Okay, I've sent it again. You can just check your email.
Okay. Mm.
I'm ready from my side.
Ya. Ahí está. Okay. Good night, everyone. We are in just transmitting in YouTube because I haven't stopped. Let's see. On YouTube. Yeah. Estamos ahí. Okay. Tonight we are here with our friend Pumelo. Thank you so much for being here. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you very much.
It has been a long day.
Yes, I know for you. Yeah, it's been a marathon since morning up to this time.
Yes, yeah, you saw me no, in the morning. Going with
Yeah,
a face. So, yeah, pero
yeah,
yeah,
I can
I'm
imagine.
fine.
I
I recover.
yes, I joined you in the morning. And of
Yes,
course, on my side, it was in the afternoon. Then I went to sleep and I had to wake up. It's in the morning of the 4th now.
wow.
It's 2 a.m. in the
Yeah, you
morning.
too, no? It's 2 a.m. for you?
Yes, it's 2 a.m.
Oh, sorry.
That's
But once per
fine.
year, once per year. It's only one.
Yes. Mm.
Okay, Marvin, thank you so much for being here. Well, our friend Pumelelo in youth is serving as the academic head of the department and associate professor at the Department of Social Work, University of the Free State, South Africa, with extensive academic and practical experience. He had a contribution to social work and education, earning a reputation for excellence. Previously at the University of Johannesburg, he served as a senior lecturer in the Department of Social Work and Community Development before transitioning to academia in 2013. He gained valuable experience as an employee wellness specialist in the corporate sector, focusing on promoting employee well-being. Drawing on his passion for effecting positive change, he has worked as a psychosocial service manager in the non-governmental sector NGO, deepening his understanding of challenges faced by vulnerable individuals and communities and developing effective support strategies. His social work career began as a statutory social worker in the government sector, providing insight into social welfare systems and governmental frameworks. Complementing his practical experience, he holds a PhD in philosophy from the University of Johannesburg, and Master in Social Development and a Bachelor in Social Work from the University of Witwatersrand, reflecting his dedication to advancing knowledge and professional development. He specialized in development social welfare, developmental social work, decoloniality, and social work supervision and management. Evident in his research contribution and his role in educating the next generation. Okay, Malelo, you could present your work. Is
Okay.
yeah.
Highly appreciated. Thank you very much for that introduction. I just want to make sure that I'm able to share here. If you can give me the right to share so that I can share.
Yes.
It says host disabled participant screen sharing, so it means I can't share from my side.
No, yeah, it's about let's see again.
Oh yes, okay. All right, you can see it from your side, eh?
Yes, very good.
Just want to go to slideshow. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present in this conference, a wonderful conference. It is a good thing really to be engaged with colleagues from across the globe. As I indicated that I joined you in the morning, it was in the morning on your side, around about 2 p.m. on our side, Central African time, because I'm in South Africa. And now I'm presenting to you is 2 a.m. the following day, which is the 4th, while it is still the 3rd on your side. Those are the joys of being, with colleagues from across the globe. It's highly appreciated. I trust that you enjoy the presentation, everybody listening at any given point in time. They'll enjoy, but also learn one or two things from what I'm presenting. As indicated, I'm from the University of the Free State, and I'm an academic head of department here at the University of the Free State. I joined the University of the Free State from Johannesburg University, the University of Johannesburg, in April of 2021, and I've been here since then, and I'm enjoying and loving the city. Staying here for the first time since I came here. It's central of South Africa. It's a central province in South Africa. It's in the heartland of South Africa. it's landlocked, and of course, nearby you've got Lesotho, which is not too far from us. I think it's about 1 hour, 30-minute drive. Then you'll be in Lesotho, which is another country here, a country within a country in South Africa here. All right, I'm presenting to you here looking at my topic, which says reclaiming indigenous knowledge, and talking about translating social work terminologies through a decolonial lens. Now, this is one area of my interest, research interest. As you indicated, I focus mainly on social work supervision. I also focus on decolonization, decoloniality. It is my other area of interest. But the two areas of interest, social work management and supervision, social development and decoloniality, they actually merge. There's a nexus between these areas of interest. So there's a very nice confluence of these areas of interest on my side. So my focus today, I'm actually looking at decolonizing social work education, but the presentation stems from the exercise that we've undertaken here is the Department of Social Work, where we are looking at the terminologies and to translate the terminologies of social work. We are predominantly an English-speaking university, but that being the case, our student population, they are largely, Sesotho speakers or Xhosa speakers, isiZulu speakers. So these are indigenous languages within South Africa. So it is then of importance that we see to it that the kind of language or the medium of instruction, while the medium of instruction at the moment remains English, but we see to it that we make the material accessible in the languages of our students, in their indigenous native languages, if you may want to put it in that way. So my presentation outline, of course, I do have this short introduction that will be followed by the background to the study, which is briefly what I've just given now, but I'll add a bit to it. Then the linguistic colonial legacy in social work, which is what I'm going to also highlight in this regard, because it actually is the basis for the exercise that we're taking as the Department of Social Work here at the University of the Free State. Then we look at the process of terminology translation, the process that we've undertaken as the department to translate the terminologies of social work into native languages here at the department. Then we also look at some key terms. I had to choose just a few terms to highlight what I'm talking about when we're talking about terminology translation, the terms that we've translated. Then I'll conclude my discussion in that way. As a way of introduction, we're looking at the history of social work in South Africa, which has a huge Anglo-American influence. Earlier on, when you opened the conference, I listened to Professor John Rothenberg, who's my colleague here in South Africa, at the University of Zululand, and he was speaking about clinical social work, presenting to you about clinical social work and what clinical social work is and how it should be understood. And in that, he also highlighted the huge Anglo-American influence in our social work education as well as social work practice, if you want to understand it in that way. So here again, I am also bringing that angle that we are so Anglo-American influenced because of our colonial and apartheid history. Our colonial history stems from the 17th century. You remember, if you know the history of South Africa, 1652 being the time where Jan van Riebeeck landed in the Cape of Good Hope, and everything else then became history out of that. Then, as South Africa became, a colony, as it were, first beginning with the Dutch and later on, the English people taking over, until, that transition in 1948. Where the National Party took over, then the institutionalization of apartheid, separate development, institutionalization of racism actually it took place. in South Africa. So South Africa has been, influenced by that kind of history. Even as we speak now, we are sitting here 30 years into democracy, versus the whole, the decades and decades of, colonialism and apartheid, as it were. So now we are 30 years into democracy. So much has been done, but so much more still needs to be done. So it shouldn't be any wonder why we're still referring to or looking at the legacy of the influence of colonialism and apartheid in everything that we do, in all spheres of our life here in South Africa, in everything that we do, including social work, education, and practice. So when we talk of social work education, it also, stemmed from that kind of background. When social work education began, it started in predominantly white institutions, and those being the Cape Town University, which is in the Western Cape province of South Africa. It started in 1924, and of course, thereafter, it was the University of Pretoria in 1931 that started teaching also social work education. And later on, it was the University of Stellenbosch. And of course, all the other universities came gradually thereafter. Then, of course, all this was characterized by separate education. Separate education meaning that white students will be taught alone, black students will also be taught alone in different institutions. So these institutions that I'm highlighting here were predominantly white universities, largely driven by the element of racism, as I've indicated. With that colonial and apartheid history. So this paper looks briefly at the legacy of colonialism and apartheid on social work education, and social work practice. It continues to reflect on the methodology of terminology translation that we've undertaken now as Department of Social Work to try and ensure that we accommodate. It shouldn't even be an issue of accommodating. It should be an issue of ensuring that we center the lives and the experiences of our indigenous students, of our students, because the vast majority of our students are native Black students who speak Sesotho, being the predominant language in this particular province where my university, the University of the Free State, is located. So it also includes highlighting a few selected terms of interest that were translated. And we undertook this exercise of translating, that was a week ago, where actually the entire team sat down and engaged in this process of translating. But of course, it was groundwork, preparatory work before the contact session that we had in the translation of these terminologies. So the University of the Free State established a center of multilingualism, and its main function is the establishment of linguistic parity, given the prevailing colonial legacy in this front, as I've just indicated to you, the colonial legacy that still prevails, not only at the University of the Free State, but across South Africa and all spheres of the society. One of its priorities, the priorities here of this department, or the Center for Multilingualism, has been the partnership with academic departments in the university to translate key terms to Sesotho, which is, as I indicated, a predominant language in the province and by extension in the university. So social work, like most disciplines in the university, is taught in English. And as such, the terminologies of discipline also needed the translation. So it is for this reason why we embarked, as the department, we embarked in this process of ensuring that we translate terms of social work. And you'll see later on where I indicate that we translated in a week, we translated about 750 words terminologies of social work, and it cuts across your clinical social work, and different other areas of social work, different other areas of specialization in social work. So we're looking at all the terms from all those different areas of specialization. We're also looking at all different levels, looking at your macro, your meso, and your macro practice in social work. So social work as a profession was introduced during the colonial times, in South Africa, heavily influenced by British and American models of social welfare and social work education. And of course, the early social work training program in South Africa were modeled, as John indicated earlier on, after the British and American systems, emphasizing charitable work and casework in that regard. And of course, when you get to look at the curriculum pedagogy, teaching and training, we say, although we are beginning to make significant changes, as I indicated, 30 years into democracy, quite a lot of work has been done in trying to turn the tide to be in the favor of the majority of South Africans. But of course, the university, the university will also have students from different races, white race, Indian race, and that's the case across all universities, in fact. But of course, we're saying the majority of our students are Black African students who speak indigenous languages in that regard. So turning the tide to ensure that these students are put into the center of education and training is of utmost importance to us. So social work education remains largely based on European and American theories and practices, focusing on individual and remedial interventions. And of course, European social work theories such as psychodynamic and functionalist theories were and are still prominent in the training of social workers in this regard. So with this background, the hegemony of English as a medium of instruction remains largely, should I say, unchallenged. So it is important that we try and ensure, as I indicated earlier on, that we bring about parity insofar as the language, the use of language is concerned. I'll touch base on why it is important for us to do this. This is despite the fact that all the students of social work, of course, the hegemony of English is despite the fact that all students of social work, in the case of UFS, have English as either third or fourth language. So you can see that there's a vast difference. If you're using a language as your fourth language, you know that sometimes your mastery of that language is not that good. So it is important then that you are brought up to speed to ensure that you understand the content that you are being taught, that you are being trained in. So, but for you to understand, you have to have mastery of language, and of course, the language of instruction, the medium of instruction, is of utmost importance. It is for this reason that we embarked in this process of terminology translation. So here we also look at, I want to look at Ngugi wa Thiong's decolonizing the mind framework. So it was important to say, if we are to look at language, whose framework do we use, or which framework do we use? And in this case, we used Ngugi wa Thiong's decolonizing the mind, and we used quite key themes in that body of work, in his body of work, looking at decolonizing the mind. And the key themes in that regard look at language as a culture, psychological liberation, empowerment through language, and of course, encountering cultural imperialism. And of course, when you're looking at this, and I want to acknowledge that although Ngugi wa Thiong's primary focus is on literature and cultural production, his ideas provide a robust framework for addressing language issues in social work. So we thought it was important that we actually import and adapt our, orientation, or, our work of language translation or terminology translation along the framework that he provided. So we look at, firstly, language as a culture. Why is it important that we focus on language? Ngugi advances language as a culture, where he says it is a canon of culture. Language is a canon of culture and identity that helps to preserve and promote heritage and ensure that knowledge and cultural practices are passed down through generations. So in the absence of language, unfortunately, which is a vehicle through which you can pass knowledge from generation to generation. Unfortunately, without language, you cannot do that. It is important that language becomes the medium of transmission of whatever, the culture and knowledge to the next generation. Even if you were to have language, but you do not have mastery of that language, that becomes a huge concern. So that's why it is important that to say, if you've got language, ensure that you've got good mastery of it so that you'll be able to make use of it in the best way possible so that you transmit this language or you transmit knowledge as well as culture to the next generations. So we thought it is important for us, if you are to transmit knowledge in social work to the next generation of social workers, the language is at the center of it. So we have to pay attention to the language that is being used. And of course, the second one being the psychological liberation. When we talk about psychological liberation, Ngugi also advances this thesis that says moving from colonial languages towards indigenous languages gives an individual psychological liberation. And of course, communities, the same to communities as well, by validating their cultural experiences and perspectives. So you give someone, if you use a language that they've got mastery of it, you are actually liberating them psychologically. There is nothing as refreshing as being an individual who's psychologically liberated. And quite a lot of people walk around, and when they lack that psychological emancipation, they're like zombies. And in everything that they do, they're just like zombies. They do not have a sense of the self. They don't feel themselves. They don't identify with themselves. They don't identify with themselves. They don't identify with the work that they are doing. So you want to give somebody the psychological liberation, and you can do that. And we are advancing this argument that you can do that by ensuring that you use language in the language that they understand best and the language that they can communicate in best. And by so doing, you'll be giving them that psychological liberation. And we want to do the same to our students. We want to give them that psychological liberation, and as we train them to be the future generations of social work. Thirdly, Ngugi advances, that language is an empowerment tool, is a tool of empowerment. When it talks about empowerment through language, you empower your students, you empower the communities through language. This is what we are advancing as well here at the University of the Free State. So Ngugi says native languages empower, the communities and students by giving them the linguistic tools to express their realities and challenges in their terms. Like I said, it is so emancipatory to ensure that, one, you give somebody the language, the language as a tool to ensure that they express their own realities. If you do not give them the language, the proper language, unfortunately, they will struggle expressing themselves in those kind of languages. And we experience this in our own classes when we are teaching. Those students who do not have mastery of language, they tend to keep quiet until you engage them in their languages. And as they keep quiet, it's not as if they don't understand you. They do understand you, but for them to respond becomes a mammoth task because they don't have the mastery of this language. It becomes a huge task. So we are saying we need to liberate them. So we cannot continue in a situation where we are teaching students, but they find it difficult to engage with us because we are using a language that is foreign to them. Although they understand it, but it is foreign to them. They understand it, then they can communicate, but in order for them to freely communicate, particularly their realities, into their experiences, their lived experiences, ensure that you emancipate them in that way by giving them, doing so in their languages. The fourth, the dimension, as Ngugi has it, is countering cultural imperialism, where he says prioritizing indigenous languages enables students and communities to resist the cultural imperialism, and as social work educators, we cannot be part and parcel of, what is, as Ngugi puts it here, cultural imperialism, particularly because we've got the duty to ensure that we free our students and the communities that are serviced by our students and our students, or even after graduation, the communities that are serviced by our postgraduates, we free them from these shackles of colonialism that keep binding them, and they continue even to this day to bind them. Unfortunately, they are unable to freely express themselves or experience the life as they should because of these shackles of imperialism. But of course, and the shackles of colonialism. But of course, we cannot, be part to cultural imperialism, as it were. So we are saying, let us ensure that we emancipate our students by teaching them in the languages, or at least affording them the space to use their own languages, while we march forward to a space where eventually even the medium of communication or the medium of instruction in our education is in the language that is used by our students in that regard. In this slide now, I then look at the importance of language in teaching and learning, which is basically what I've just touched on here. So I'm adding on what I've just highlighted on, the framework that we used as given to us by Ngugi wa Thiong'o. So now I'm highlighting some of the critical aspects of using of language in teaching and learning. So where here I advance that language is the primary tool used by educators to deliver content, explain concepts, and facilitate discussions. So that's why it is important that we give focus, we pay attention to language in our social work education, whether you are doing it in clinical social work, in developmental social work, or in other areas, other aspects, community development and so forth. It is important that you pay attention to language. The clarity and effectiveness of instruction largely depend on the language skills of both the teachers and the students. So if we as teachers don't have full mastery of the language, it becomes an impediment. But it gets even worse if the students do not lack the necessary language skills, to be able to converse, to write, and express themselves in that regard. So that's why I'm saying here the clarity and effectiveness of instruction largely depend on the language skills, and for both teachers and students. So even if teachers have got, in this case, our educators have got mastery in language, but if we are teaching a group of students who lack these skills, it becomes problematic. So again, at this level, at the university level, we are not about teaching somebody language, the mastery of language, but we are about teaching the content. It is important that we focus on the content, we focus on the skills, the practice skills and so forth. So now the minute you find yourself having to focus mainly on teaching a student at the university level, teaching them language, then you are taking so much of the time that is meant to teach them, the skills and the rest of the content of the module, of the program, as it were. So language is closely linked to cognitive development, right? So if one lacks the mastery of language, unfortunately, you are inhibiting their cognitive development in that regard. So it is important that as social work educators, we are mindful of that. So it's a subject that we cannot just brush to the side or just, give flimsy attention to. It's important that we give full attention and ensure that we address all the challenges that come with issues of language and medium of instruction. So it helps students to process and internalize from information, develop critical thinking skills, and articulate their thoughts, as I've indicated. You cannot develop critical thinking skills in a language that you do not understand. It is important. It is impossible. So while you can understand language and you are able to, for formal purposes, you are able to, engage, do one or two things. But when it comes to critical thinking, you need to have mastery of that particular language. And a strong command of language enhances students' ability to understand complex ideas and engage in higher order thinking, leading to innovation. And that is one issue that we always say, and we always, talk about, even in my department, where we say In Africa, in most cases, we lack, innovation. We are not that innovative. And at one point, I wrote even a paper arguing that, the one reason why in Africa we failed to even come up with the, vaccines of COVID-19, it was because largely we are not using our indigenous languages to think and do things that we need to do at a critical level, at that deep-seated level. We can't do that because we are teaching our students, or we were taught in this one language, which is English, but on our daily lives, we are using different languages, be it Sizulu, Xhosa, all the different native languages, Sesotho, and so forth and so on. Now, when it comes to innovation, you find that all these things in most cases have to happen where now one has to shift, move from your language to the next language, which is English, to begin to think and say and know what needs to be done. And in that regard, you can hardly, string any ideas together to come up with new innovations. Yet, on the other hand, look at the countries that came up with the vaccines, COVID-19 vaccines. All those countries, all of them, they are using their native languages. They are using their mother tongue languages. You can look at UK, they are using English. You look at France, they are using their French. You look at India, they are using their language. You look at Germany, and all the different, you look at Russia, China. These are all the countries that came up with vaccines. They are using their own languages. So we are saying we cannot manage to be part and parcel of perpetuating this unjust system where our students are always, would be unable to be innovative in that regard. Yet Africa needs innovation. We need to be innovative. And we need to gravitate towards a situation where we empower our students to be able to do that. And one way of doing that is to ensure that we give them the necessary language skills, and that can be done by allowing them to use their own languages. So we are trying to do that by translating the social work terminologies into the native language, Sesotho in this case. So now I want to look at the process of terminology transmission that we embarked on here at the University of the Free State. So of course, driven by or led by the Multilingual Center for Multilingualism, as I indicated earlier on, in collaboration with different academic disciplines at different times. So in social work, more than 750 English terms, as I indicated, were translated to Sesotho, a predominant indigenous language in the province in which the university is located, Sesotho, as I highlighted earlier on. The translating team included a lexicographer, Sesotho language experts, social work, and of course, social work educators in that regard. So Sesotho language experts, these are, individuals from within the community who understand the local language, and they are trained in this, by the way. So it was important that you engage the community in this way. And of course, the lexicographer, these are the people who give meaning to words, as we have different dictionaries in that regard. The exercise entailed, weeks of harvesting social work terms from various sources, particularly those used in the modules taught at the university across all levels. So we tried and we harvested all these terms from all the different modules that we teach in the university, but we also used other terms that are, that are popular in social work. We also harvested those terms to ensure that they are part and parcel of this whole process, right? Attaching profession-specific definitions. It was important that we attach profession-specific definitions as we drew these definitions from various sources, academic sources, as we have them. So that was followed by a week-long period of translating terms and the terms definitions into Sesotho. So we were predominantly preoccupied by translating terms, but there were instances where basically you also needed to attach definitions so that translation will be easier in that regard. You'll see this when I get to the next slide, where I talk about the principles of translation, what guided us. So we are not yet done. We are still in this process. So the next step will entail a process that involves verification of the accuracy of translations and standardization by the Pan-South African Language Board, which is referred to as the PanSALB in South Africa, which is responsible for issues of language, indigenous languages, all formal languages in South Africa, standardization of all formal languages in South Africa. We were guided by the principles of translation, and this is quite a number of them. So it was important that we've got a clear framework, and of course we abide by principles of translation. And we went through these principles of translation to ensure that what we do is actually up to standard, and can stand even the mastery of any scrutiny, if anyone were to look at that process. And as translators were guided by Ngoki wa Thiong's basic principles of language translation, but we also borrowed some principles from other sources as well. But Ngoki wa Thiong was principal in this regard. So the first principle of translation was cultural relevant translation, the appropriateness, where here we're looking at the awareness that translations are to just not just to linguistic accuracy. So as we are translating, it wasn't about just linguistic accuracy, but also cultural relevance was of importance, reflecting the lived experiences and cultural context of the communities these terms or our students serve. Secondly, community involvement, as I indicated that we had Sesotho speakers, the experts in Sesotho. These are individuals from the community. As I indicated that I'm in the province of the Free State. In this province, it is predominantly Sesotho speakers, but also we not too far from us, we've got Lesotho, which is where the Sesotho language also is predominantly spoken. So we had individuals from these backgrounds. So it was important that we include them in this regard to ensure that their voices and perspectives are accurately represented. Thirdly, language preservation, as a principle that we observed, support initiatives that aim to preserve and promote indigenous languages within social work practices. So recognizing their role in maintaining cultural identity and community cohesion. So it is important that as you do translations into a particular language, you preserve language, the originality of language, as opposed to translating, but looking at the quality of translation in line with the details of that particular language. Then thirdly, we had fourthly, we had the accuracy, looking at the accuracy, faithfulness to the source, ensuring that translation accurately reflects the meaning of the original text. That was important. Secondly, the completeness, including all relevant information from the source text without omitting or adding unwarranted content. So as you translate, you look at the definition, the original definition of the term as we have it in our social sources. And then as you translate, you ensure that you capture that as it is without adding unwarranted content in that regard. Clarity was of importance, to ensure understandability of what is being translated. The translation should be clear and easy to understand for the target audience, and the target audience in this case being our students. Avoid ambiguity in the process, minimizing ambiguity and ensuring that the intended meaning is conveyed precisely as intended. And then, of course, the next one being consistency, being another principle that we observed. Terminology, using consistent terminology throughout the translation to maintain consistency in that regard. So you realize that you'll find, certain terms, and as you, or even certain words, as you are translating them, you'll find them again. Remember, I said we had 750 words that we're translating. So you'll keep on using, similar words, from one term to another in your interpretation or in your translation. So it is important that the manner in which you use a word in the first instance, it will be sustained until the end. And then, of course, fidelity, looking at literal versus literal translation versus free translation. Here you are balancing a literal translation, word for word translation, and a free translation where you are actually capturing the sense of what is being translated to convey the intended meaning. So we also obeyed, this particular principle. Sometimes it will be literal translation. Sometimes where literal translation, word for word, was impossible, then we moved to free translation, but capturing the sense for sense kind of translation, meaning in that regard. Respect for original author's intent was of paramount importance in looking at those particular terminologies. Linguistic equivalence, here we looked at two things again. Semantic equivalence, meaning that ensuring that the translated text conveys the same meaning as the original text. And of course, secondly, functional equivalence, achieving the same function or effect in the target language as the original text had in the source language. So these were some of the principles that we had. But of course, we had the ethical considerations that were also observed, the contextual understanding, and then the technical accuracy of our translation. And then lastly, the review and revision, which is, and the last one, which is review and revision, is the last aspect that will be done in this whole process. We are yet to do this because the study or the process is still ongoing. We are not yet done. It is a long process, but at least we have started, and this is where we are. And as I near the end of my presentation, some of the terms that we translated, and here I did not include the Sesotho translations because they are yet to be verified. So I didn't want to put them here because otherwise they might be, they might be misleading because they are yet to be verified. They'll go all the way up to the pencil, as I indicated earlier on. But these are some of the terms that we translated, looking at issues of homosexuality. Homosexuality as a term, it's a term that we use in one of our modules quite a lot. Diversity in social work. We look at sexuality, domains of social work, reflexive social work, social relief of distress, therapy. And so as I indicated, these are some of the terms out of 750 terms that we translated. And of course, this is the list of some of the sources that we used in compiling this presentation. And of course, as we were looking at our translation, as we embarked in our translation in that regard. So I trust that you've learned one or two things out of this, but the process, as I've said, is by far not over. We are still into this. And out of these, papers will be published so that we document and of course we share our experiences in embarking in this whole process. Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me this opportunity, and of course for listening to the whole presentation that I had to do. I appreciate it. Thank you. I think you are muted.
Okay, thank you so much for me. You even do bibliography, no? And there is a publication of John, no? One book of John, I see.
Oh yes, I also used that as well.
Okay. I didn't know that was a publication. Well, in Peru, we have also dialects, like 48 dialects in 4 in Andean and 44 on the Amazonian. Yeah, and little by little it's getting reducing because there is damage on the lands, and then it's a problem, preserving all the of the culture on the linguistic, the language of the indigenous communities. No, and it's a big problem because what we will pass, in the future if we don't preserve, our cultures.
True. That's true.
Mm.
Yeah, it's important that you're reflecting that it is important, really, as I indicated, that we preserve the cultures, and of course, language being one of those central tools through which we can preserve our cultures, the cultures of people that we serve as social workers, and of course, as social work educators, the cultures of our students that we serve. Thank you, Carolina.
And what would be the role or the function of social workers in this order to preserve, the culture, the dialects?
What would be the role of social workers? Yes, as social workers, we need to ensure that, look, social justice is paramount in our practice, in our profession. So there cannot be any social justice if you are removing people from their identity. So if you cannot preserve the identity of the people that you serve, then there is no way in which you can be a champion of social justice. So it is important that as social workers, we devise as many avenues as possible, as many interventions as possible to ensure that we preserve that succinctity of culture and the identities of the people that we serve. So that's the most important thing. So our role is actually that of education, of advocacy, of teaching, as it were. So that it's a central one. It's a critical one in that regard.
Yeah, that's right. Wow, it's a beauty stories of our cultures, for in this order to teach since the little ones, that continue with this tradition through the years. Well, Bumi,
Yes, Bumi.
Thank you so much for being here since the morning. And
Highly appreciated. Thank you for the opportunity given to me. I highly appreciate this. Like I indicated, it's now almost 10 to 3 in the morning this side. So, but it was a pleasure for me to really be part of this conference.
to me more.
Yes.
Later, when finish the Congress, I will put the Spanish subtitle for people could understand a little more. Because
okay.
not so much
No.
people speak that don't know. People don't speak so much English.
I understand. And
See,
it
but the
actually
good
speaks
idea
to,
is recorded now. We are recording the video,
yeah.
and it will pass for the social networks.
Yeah, no, that's beautiful. And thank you very much, really, for putting this conference together. It is really, we trust that quite a lot of people will learn quite a lot of things because it's a very diverse themed conference. So quite a lot of people will learn quite a lot of things out of this. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now
Cheers.
we have in the room to our friend Sue. Ahí está, mira. Hello. Suk. Ahí está.
Hello.
Hello. I can't not see you. Ahí está.
Okay. Now it's
Oh,
me.
yeah, I see you.
Can you? Hi everyone. Hi Carolina.
Hi. So thank you for participating here and with us.
Thank you for inviting me.
Okay.
Should I start?
I will introduce you. Yeah.
My time is 10 a.m. So 8 p.m. there. We have still 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Should I start?
Yeah, a moment. Soo Pyo-Kim, he is former vice president of Korean Association of Social Workers, former representative of International Federation of Social Workers Asia Pacific to the United Nations, present president of Dialogue Council on Social Welfare. His subject will be implementing 17 Sustainable Development Goals in community level, Korea. Okay, now.
How can I share my presentation?
I'm seeing, I see your presentation already.
Oh, really?
Yes. Yes, you share.
You share? I share. Oh, how come I cannot see?
I send a picture into your WhatsApp. A ver, que te gusta. So you will see. Mira. Watch your WhatsApp.
Oh, you got my presentation. How can I do it only presentation without the caption?
You did.
Huh?
Yeah, you did. I don't
You
know
have
how.
my caption.
It's okay in this way or you, yeah. Just in the corner, I think maybe in the corner to the left on this square. If you do a click on this square. To your right, a little. Next, continue until the corner. No.
Okay, I'll do it like this. Okay,
Okay, yeah.
I'm not good at using using PowerPoint when I on my Zoom.
Yeah, okay. So,
So, hi everyone. I'm glad to see you to discuss implementing sustainable development goals in community level, especially community welfare center in Korea. And in order to delve into this topic, it is imperative to understand the transition from Millennium Development Goals to Sustainable Development Goals. And I will talk about the BUMMUL SDGs, which means BUMMUL is the name of my welfare center. So we named it BSDGs. And three, I will talk about the implications to social workers. We should know MDGs before we know Sustainable Development Goals. MDGs stand for Millennium Development Goals. Millennium Development Goals are adopted by the United Nations in 2000, as you know, and to halve poverty by 2015, known as the Global Commitment. And the 189 participating countries of the United Nations at the time agreed to implement 8 designated goals related to reducing poverty, improving health and education, and environmental protection by 2015. As you see in this slide, there are 8 main goals. The first one is eradicating extreme poverty and hunger. And second is achieve universal primary education. And third is promote gender equality. And fourth, child mortality and maternal health and combat HIV. And number 7 is environmental sustainability. And number 8 is global partnership for development. Now we are in the era of SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. I just want to mention some features here. SDGs have great features that are different from MDGs. You may see this slide, this photo so many times. And I will talk about the focal changes from MDGs to SDGs. It is transformable. The MDG is not a transformable, but SDGs was made, can be transformed. And second, the SDGs present us with a comprehensive framework to address global challenges. Each of the 17 SDGs types represents a unique facet of social problems. And third, SDGs covers developing countries all over the world, including the developed countries. So I will talk about some examples of transformality. In order to achieve SDGs at the local level, goals and details targets must be established to be suitable to the characteristics of the community where the welfare center is located. So, as you see this slide, it is introduction to BSDGs. It's not UN SDGs. So you see the goal number one is reduce poverty and safety net. And goal number 2 Goal number 2 is prevent hunger and improve nutrition. It is a little bit different from UN SDGs. So let me show each of the 17 sustainable goals according to my community welfare center. The first goal is to reduce the poor and strengthen the social safety net. Detailed goals have been set with the focus on the poor and the vulnerable. So we have a financial support here. And second photo, emergency support and safety confirmation and case management. And number 2, for number 2, the UN SDGs is zero hunger, but prevention hunger and improvement of nutrition is a BSDGs target. So we have a target 1 and target 2. Target 1 is prevent hunger for the vulnerable. And target 2 is improve nutritional status. So we every Thursday and Friday, today is Thursday, so we have a free meal service in my welfare center. And we have a free meal service for community residents 2 times every week. And third, our goal is improve the health and welfare of local residents. To improve the physical health of local residents, we provide free medical treatment and try to link medical institutions to help low-income people for adequate treatment and help improve the mental health of mentally disabled people living in the region through programs for the persons with the mental disabilities. So to implement this third goal, we have medical support and mental health and emotional support and cultural programs. For goal number 4, UN SDGs is quality education, but BSDGs is educational opportunities for the vulnerable. So we have 2 targets. Number 1 target is adult literacy classes, and number 2 is to improve the learning opportunity for children. So we have literacy classes for older persons and after school for children and dream designer and slow learning sport for those who learning slow. And for goal number 4 is the UN SDGs is quality education, but BSDGs, my welfare center's sustainable development goal is educational opportunities for the vulnerable. And we have 2 targets, adult literacy classes, and second target is to provide learning opportunity for children. And then goal number 5 and gender equality is we have 3 targets to supply sanitary supplies for low income family, and target 2 is to support women suffered by sexual violence. Goal number 3 in target 3 is to strengthen capability for unemployed women. And for goal number 6 is preserve the community aquatic ecosystem. So UN SDGs is clean water and sanitation, but BSDGs, our SDGs, is aquatic ecosystem in community. So we have 1 target to preserve the reservoirs environment. We have cleaning up, plugging, and throwing EM bores to achieve these goals. And goal number 7 is UN SDGs is affordable and clean energy, but our SDGs target is eco-friendly energy consumption. And there's 2 targets to improve energy efficiency using electronics. And target 2 is to save energy, distributing installations. In goal number 8, we have set detailed targets, 2 detailed targets, and set the goal of expanding job for the vulnerable. The target 1 is provide opportunities to get jobs. And target 2 is to prepare a vocational training program for NEET youth. NEET stands for not educated, not employed, and not trained. And for goal number 9, is we have set the goal, inclusive and sustainable community industrialization. And we have 2 targets. And one is digital gap, to reduce the digital gap. And second goal is build IT infrastructure by creating children's library. For goal number 10, the UN SDG is reduce inequality, but our SDGs goal is to reduce inequality for the persons with disabilities. Our community, my community, lives with a lot of mental disabilities. So we have set the 2 targets. One target is to alleviate inequality for the physical disabilities, and target 2 is alleviate inequality for the mental disabilities. We try to increase the accessibility and leisure activity for the mental disabilities and self-help groups with people of mentally disabilities, and rehabilitation competition also we have. And goal number 11, UN SDGs is sustainable cities and communities. But B SDGs is creating sustainable housing and communities. We have 1 target. The target is improve the quality of life of low-income residents. So we have ecological environment and try to the bright street. We have village paintings, murals, and we have also public bath for those who cannot wash themselves in their house. And we have a community cafe in my community welfare center. And for goal number 12, UN SDG is responsible consumption and production. And we set the goal and sustainable production and consumption. Target 1 is to realize resource circulation. And target 2 is to recycling and consider its awareness. So we have making trees with the plastics and recycled the materials. And circulation campaign, we have a lot of campaign around my community welfare center. And eco-friendly products, we use a lot of eco-friendly products. And also we have map of eco-friendly stores. So we encourage them to use eco-friendly products. And goal number 3, climate change and response is our goal, while UN SDGs is climate action. So we have 2 targets. One target is to raise awareness of environmental consensus, and second is to educate the climate change. And goal number 14 and goal number 15 is life below water and life on land is the UN SDGs, but in my community, to achieve the 13 and 14 and 15 is very limited. So we set the goals in the same time. And 14 and 15 is conservation and marine and land ecosystem. We have a detergent making, reduce using plastic, and plugging and recycling education, such as. And goal number 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. For this goal, our community welfare center is set the goal as advocacy for the vulnerable. We have 60% of old persons and many more for the persons with disabilities, physically or mentally. So we set the target. 1 is to advocate children in low income, and second target is to propose policies and on social issues. We have a children right campaign and need surveys and developing programs and proposing policies. Goal number 17, the last goal, the UN SDGs is a partnership for the goals, and the BSDGs, our welfare center goal is a strengthening partnership for the SDGs. The target 1 is to achieve SDGs in community by education. And target 2 is to establish public and private partnership. So we have several programs for this goal, SDGs education and partnership with the volunteers. There are a lot of volunteers group, so we try to make a link with them, and partnership with the public and private sectors. So we try to implementing SDGs in community level, but we have a lot of challenges. Implementing SDGs in community welfare center in local level has several limitations, which is challenging. The challenge 1 is the first challenge. Most of facilities are not well aware of SDGs. And second is they focused on SDGs more than they focused on ESG more than SDGs because of more attraction to the company's donations. However, who holds the power to create a better world? And who can drive the progress of the SDGs? The answers to the above questions are glaring. It is the social worker. The responsibility of fulfilling all of these 17 goals of the SDGs cannot rest solely on the shoulders of governments, even though the most significant obstacles lies in the financial aspects. However, it is not only a matter of finance. The role of social workers as vital shareholders in achieving the SDGs is now more crucial than ever before. Amidst these challenges, there is hope. History has shown us that the world undergoes transformative change when social workers rise to the occasion and assume paramount responsibility. It is through our tireless dedication, unwavering compassion, and relentless pursuit of social justice that we witness tangible progress and positive impact. I'd like to conclude my presentation with the words of the Secretary General of the United Nations. Unless we act now, the 2030 Agenda will become an epitaph for a world that might have been. The world can change. The world changes when social workers act. We have to act for the changing world. Thank you for your undivided and delightful attention. Enjoy the rest of your time in the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sue. It's amazing to see this experience that show us how to implement in a council, social welfare, all the SDGs. I haven't seen before. In Korea is usual to have this experience in most of the centers.
Mhm.
Yes.
Community Welfare Center.
Wow. Yes, we have the 20% of this here in our country. Yeah. Yes, it's a really a very good experience that do you show to the social worker that is watching us. It will be recorded for the later we will put the subtitles in Spanish so that people will read, Is in and in the other countries which are closer to South Korea, are doing the same of your council?
Another welfare centers or
Yeah. In others.
welfare sectors. Unfortunately, not many welfare centers are focused on SDGs. They focused on ESG very much. Ecology, the environment, and S is social, and G is governance, ESG.
Yeah, some similar here. We have the politics, but not this the way that you are doing, putting first the SDGs on everything. So how many activities in the year? How many population is the center, the community that has this center? How many people attend?
In my region?
No, the center attend to the quantity of people they attend.
20,000, about 20,000. 20,000 residents in my region around my community welfare center.
Oh, wow, it's a lot.
We are taking care of them, but most of them are underprivileged people, and so that the so-called poor people. So we try to help them. Our purpose for the welfare center is helping them.
Yeah, I seen all the activities with the poor people that you always are trying to help them, and it's a good thing that you and the center are doing every day. No, don't stop. You continue. Yeah, see, wow. Now I see.
Even now, my STEM member is serving a free meal service now.
Wow, yeah, it's a lot. Wow. Yeah, you see, it's a good experience that we at least we could try, no?
If you have any interest in implementing SDGs in Korea or your community, please visit to Korea and my welfare center, and I will explain everything about the SDGs, implementing SDGs.
Wow, it's
I
unbelievable.
welcome you.
Okay. Okay. You know what? Maybe if you have a video and pass for all the center, like a virtual, like a 3D virtual, no? Could be nice. And you put it in a web page so everybody could see through online how is the center and how is the activities. Nice.
Please come and visit my welfare center and make a video for yourself.
I'll do, huh? Wow, so it was a nice time. It really thank you a lot for always support us, for always help to activities with CAPA. And now with this Congress, we try to bring all this knowledge to the social workers. All this day we have a lot of experience. I just finishing with the SDGs. Was pretty cool.
As you see, my
So
this is emblem of SDGs.
So nice, so sweet. You know the my night I lost in Panama.
Oh, really?
One day in the auditorium, fall down, say, "Oh, what is?" I was looking down. I was looking all the chairs. I couldn't find. But I have, I have a good experience in Panama. You will see my pictures in my videos in my profile with a lot of social workers. These activities are good for have many experience. So next time is in Kenya, no? Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me.
Don't go. I will finish this. Thank you, guys. See you tomorrow.